weird. Greetings, everybody. I was trying to see if anyway, whatever. I'll deal with it later. But I was trying to see if I still got to figure out how to work this BS. But anyway, I'm here, y'all. How y'all doing? This is Cassandra Faye Floyd. I am Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Hold on, I'm multitasking. Okay, let's see. That's why I'm up on here, Sage Page. I got you, boo. I got you. I'm gonna give y'all the 411. Hold on a second. I'm so tired. Ooh, I'm so tired. Ooh, I am so tired. Oh, I must have walked 3 miles yesterday, and while I felt great yesterday, child, I feel like I've been hit by a Mack truck today. Ooh, I am. And I ain't even tired as much as I am hurt. You understand? My feet hurt, my ankles hurt, my knees hurt, my toes hurt, my toenails hurt. Ooh, I felt great while I was doing that little walk yesterday, but today, I am paying. I am paying for that walk yesterday. Let's see. Okay. All right. I haven't played y'all no Temple of Evolutionary Emergence music in a while, and I feel like turning up. Hold on, let me turn up my speaker. Everything straight. Let's go. Let's do Delicious Rebellion. Come on in the room. Come on in the room, Power Kismet. We gotta thank Power Kismet for making these songs for us. We're gonna listen to a few of them. Yeah, revenge is delicious. Yes. We don't forget. Hey, we don't forget. We don't deny. We set the table. And serve twice. Come on. We don't pray for peace. We don't pray for peace. Come on. Woo. We become the storm. Yes. Yes. Revenge is on the menu. Served raging hot and fresh. Yes. 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 Rebellion is the food for all the mother's children. Come on. Tell the oracles the fires are steady. Even saints have teeth, y'all. Come on. We transform. We don't bend. We perform the storm. Come on. Bodies are altars. Our memory with fire. Our love has strength and it never tires. Come on. It's been solid well. Past the history we seasoned hell. Past the prayers but serving them raw. Past the justice and break the love. We eat together and share the sun. The feast of rebellion has only begun. Rebellion is on the menu. Rebellion is on the menu, y'all. Come on. Serve raging hot and fresh. with all the fixings. Yes. Yes. We rise while they're bleeding. Come on. We rise. Yes. And we roar. Come on. Yes. Let's see what Power Kismet got.
The architects of the new age now create.
Yes.
The new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture,
the new ways of being. Come on. Jay. Mommy and I are one J. The future now is one J. Mommy and I one J. Hear our freedom song. Hey. Radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the goddess of war. Come on now. Man. I'm gonna have to buy a new speaker. See how I just broke my groove? That's that BS. Hold on, let me get a charger. I just charged this thing. That's why I got an attitude. Man. E-M-E-I-J. Mommy and I are one E-M-E-I-J. Future now is one E-M-E-I-J. Mommy and I are one E-M-E-I-J. Hear our freedom song. And that's my jam too. Well, they all my jam. Thanks to Power Kismet. Oh. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Y'all, when I tell you every single movement hurts. Yeah, let's go. Stop playing with my emotions. Let's go.
The architects of the new age now create.
Ooh. And pull out your global conspiracy to right all wrongs. We're going to do the global conspiracy to right all wrongs as soon as we get through hyping up the atmosphere, hyping up the environment. Oh my goodness. Man. Thank you.
The new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being.
Mommy and I are one J. Future now is one J. Mommy and I are one J. Hear our freedom song. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the goddess of war. We welcome the new age. Dancing with her rage. Hear our mother say. Mommy and I are one J. The future now is one J. Mommy and I are one J. Hear our freedom song. Come the wind, come the storm, come the light. Capture and judge all guided the war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring them in their confusion and war to immediate freedom to oblivion. Yes. To be resurrected. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. We employ our sacred breath. Yeah. We give life and sacred blood to this sacred conspiracy. J. Hear our freedom song. Hey. Mommy and I want J. Future now is one J. Mommy and I want J. Hear our freedom song. Ooh. Huh. Oh. Yeah. This last one we're going to listen to, I promise.
We are the breakers of curses, the
casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. This is what we're going to do the conspiracy as, I think. No, we still going to do it. Hey. I'm a divine instrument of my mother's divine will as such. Protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother's body. I am to my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine.
I call all of the mothers to this moment. I call her she who governs everything. All time and every space in between. She with 1,000 names. Today it is Oya, the usheress of a new age. I call among all the divine ancestors. And the usher of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children. In all timelines and in every dimension. We, the mother divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have a wood on you, great mother. We conspire together today to destroy everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair.
Today, we embody the sacred divine power of our mothers.
Today, we the tree, we the weavers, we ride all time. We the tree, we the weavers, we write the book of life.
We are mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courage.
Yes.
Today, we are staging a
Global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Let's go. Welcome to radical destruction, institutions of hate, harm, erected by the godheads of war.
We have the power, we have the voice, we have the portals of change. We give life
and sacred blood to this conspiracy.
We come on, come the wind,
come the storm,
come the lightning,
capture and judge, yes, of a mother's divine will. Hey, bring them in their confusion and war to an end.
Spread them to African, you have to be resurrected. This is the time of return and reclamation and the restoration of heaven and of the mother's divine will.
Love unlimited is our destiny. Loving is our destiny. Freedom is our destiny. Treasure is our destiny. Freedom is our destiny. This is our divine will. We are the divine executors of our will. We speak a will into the now to reverberate throughout time, all space, and all dimensions. It is as we say forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. All right. Now that we got the blood moving, the energy turned up, let's go. So for those of you who have it, pull out the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence's Global Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs. For those of you who don't have it but want it, go to DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com and you can download it there. And that way, every time we read it together, we are casting a conspiracy. See how that works? All right. So if you've got your noisemakers of whatever kind, pull those out. We are the breakers of curses. We are the casters of glorious conspiracies and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Iyami Aj, divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that is called suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new cultures, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, capture and come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami Aj. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her deep sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly, as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right. Okay. So again, for those of you who are just coming in, I am Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates. I'm going to do a little housekeeping, and then we're going to get right into the 6th reading of The Architects of Existence by Teresa Washington. The subtitle is Ajay in Yoruba Cosmology, Ontology, and Orchard. And so far, the book has been blowing my mind. Peeling my wig back. So let me go ahead and do the house. Oh, let me do an update before doing the housekeeping. I had court this morning, and I'll be honest, the last 48 hours had me on one. Subdued, bewildered, overcome, overwhelmed. You feel me? Not sure, sketchy shit. You know what I'm saying? Lawyers trying to talk my landlord out of not working with me, like crazy shit, right? So I didn't know what to expect going into court today. I'll be truthful about it. And call my mama crying. Ooh, I was so. Anyway, I ain't gonna rehash that aspect of the day. But there was a turning point in the day yesterday, and then today when I got up, I didn't get up. I haven't been asleep since Monday. So when I was sitting up here watching the sun come up, sweating, going to this courtroom, get to court, and there is this organization that has been helping me, though for a minute it wasn't very assuring, right? I was just very nervous and shit. And I got to court today, and my landlord had typed up an agreement, and basically is giving me a 3-month grace period while I work with this organization to try to get myself back on track. And yeah, so it was a victorious day. It was a victorious day. It was a victorious day. Yes. So I don't have to think about that for a little while. I have until July 8th to resolve the entire thing. And basically they're saying I don't have to pay out of pocket. I don't have to pay them anything until July 5th, but I have to save the money in my checking account and send them screenshots of the fact of the what do you call it, as proof that I am saving the would-be rent outside of what this organization is trying, fingers crossed, is trying to help me resolve my past due rent. So I have to, from today until July 8th, save the money that is rent, that is my monthly rent, which is $23.03. Save that every month and show them a screenshot of my checking account that has been saved. So come July 8th, I will have to pay the past due rent and what I have been collecting over April, May, June, and July, like through the end of July. And it's still a lot, and I still got to pull magnanimous jack moves, but it gives me some definitive reprieve. I have been up in here since January, really, and I can get hype, and you know what I'm saying, and it's not even a game face. I can compartmentalize, you know what I'm saying, when I come up on here and I'm really hype about what I want to talk to you about. But baby, from January, and then December was so crazy. Money that was supposed to come through that didn't come through. And so it continued to set me behind. Organizations that committed to help and then at the very last second withdrew the help. It's been crazy. And I've been up in this motherfucker tripping. I'll be honest. Tripping. The last 72 hours, I'll be honest. I was like, you know what? I can't do this. So whatever is going to happen, it has to happen from it, because I can't keep pulling at straws trying to figure out what is going to be the thing that I can do that shifts shit in my favor, that shifts shit on my time. And I'm going to tell you what did it. My mama is what did it. I want to tell y'all a quick story about Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. My greatest nightmare was to have to call my mother, and knowing what her economic situation is, knowing what a request of any dollar amount means for a woman who is living on her pension. And I knew that if I asked her for money, that she is using her pension as collateral to do that. Not only that, my mother just got out of surgery on Friday. So she's recovering as we speak. And I called my mama hysterical yesterday. I'll be honest, because goddamn it, this shit is urgent. And I know what happens is because y'all don't see the daily, 24 hours a day, every single second of the day, completely consumed by how I am a smart woman. I have a plethora of skills. How the fuck am I in a situation where I can't secure the absolute bare minimum, which is my abode? Frustrated, disgusted, you know what I'm saying? Demoralized. I've been here really fucked up for the last 3 months. Still trying, because this has been my only occupation that's been relatively steady since September. You understand? The readings aren't coming through like they used to. Everybody's going through it. I get why it is. I get why it is. It does not resolve my issue. I get why it is. And so I've been up in here fucked up, y'all. I'll be honest. I got to share with y'all because, you know, especially since I turned 50 this year, there is so much, and I've talked to y'all about this ad nauseum, so I ain't going to belabor it. But short version is there's so much that's happened since I turned 50, leading up to turning 50, since the summer, really, that has had me, and this is not the place I need to be. Because even as I'll be up in here self-questioning, damn, you know what I'm saying? Did I waste my life? Even though it seemed like it's been awesome and it's been so magical and so amazing. And I know so many incredible goddamn human beings. To me, the people that I know, the people that I love, the people that I respect and have these dynamic, awesome relationships with, to me, are the evidence that I've done the right thing. The problem is I live in a world that has these benchmarks that are supposed to be the evidence that you are a responsible adult-like human being, and me wanting to live a life of ecstasy and pleasure and adventure and meeting all the people really with this anticipation that once I make the real call, once I make the declaration that now is the time, today is the day, let's set this shit the fuck off, that everybody who knows me, everybody that has ever met me will see themselves in me in that moment. Everybody that I've ever done work with, everybody that I've ever put my hands on, everybody that I've done spiritual ceremony with, everybody that knows me will be like, oh shit, this bitch talking to me. All right, what she need us to do? What we doing? What she mean today is the day. And you will know, and I'm convinced of it. I'm convinced of it still. That doesn't make it easier for me to be here by myself, no family in this city. There are people that love me and care about my life. I believe that. I know that. I see the evidence of that. But those people who care about my life, most of them are going through the exact same thing I'm going through. Truth be told, it's crazy out here in California right now. Most of the people that I know that care about my life are going through some version of what I am going through right now. And so, you know, just trying to be optimistic, upbeat, keep the vibe high. One, because I want to show up in a very specific way in this medium. You feel me? I want us, regardless of what our situations are, to always default to power. You know what I'm saying? To even if it's just for an hour in communication with me, to remember, to recall as often as we can what power feels like in our possession on our terms. That's it. To get accustomed, even if it's for small moments, to remember, to recall deep in our tissue, in our blood, in our bones, what power feels like in our possession on our terms, and how vastly and radically different that is than the face of malignant power that we're all confronted with. How power in our possession is the evidence of love. Power in our possession is the evidence of ritual reciprocity. It is the evidence that, as we used to say in the African People's Socialist Party, when you touch one, you touch all. That power as a manifestation of a remembrance of oneness. not in some disembodied, ambiguous, over the fuck there somewhere kind of way, in some, hyper pontificative, that has no backing in the real world. That ain't what I'm talking about. And we all remember it if we care to go deep enough. So that's why no matter how much I'm struggling, no matter how big the demons I'm in my apartment trying to go to war with by myself, when I come up on here, it's rare that y'all see me like down in the mouth, down in the dirt. And typically I'll be like, look, I gotta go. This is gonna be a short one. It don't happen often. This is gonna be a short one because I'm in my motherfucking feelings and I don't want to be up on here like that. You feel me? I let y'all see me sometimes because this is the process too of recognizing that even though we are all God, singular, not gods, we are all God. Recognizing that in our peculiar presentation as God on earth in this moment, we are still trying to actively survive within while simultaneously dismantling that which has attempted to cut us off from source. That which is attempted to always daily nitpick the fuck out of us so that we do not recall what God feels like as us. What God feels like as us, not in us, not living in this useless vessel. What God feels like as us. The valuable, peculiar we of she that we are in this moment. All of us. Everybody that popped their head out of a uterus, you in the club. I'm saying, everybody that popped their head that was cooked in a uterus, that was incubated for 9 months of awesomeness, awesome protection. You ain't have to do no rituals while you was in the uterus. You ain't have to earn protection while you was in the uterus. You ain't have to earn love. You did not have to earn food or sustenance. You did not have to earn nothing. Nothing. She ain't even know you yet and was banking on you. God was banking on you. And not God somewhere the fuck over there. I'm talking about God that is your mother that secured your right to exist. She secured your right to exist at her expense, requiring nothing in return. You understand? That's why I want to talk about my mama today. Because I used to be in a real habit of doing it. And it wasn't until yesterday when I talked to my mama, I was like, I gotta reestablish this habit. When I was doing speaking engagements, all the way back when I was doing speaking engagements, I would always open by saying, one, in this moment, I want to allow myself to be completely open for the ancestors to speak through me. Whatever it is they may need for you to receive, whoever the individual you is or the collective of you needs, I want to be completely open for the ancestors to be able to freely come through me and say what it is they need to say. And two, I want to thank my God, known as Jacqueline Jeanette Cook, for saying yes to my life when she could have said no. For without her, I could not be of a benefit to anybody that has come across me. Every time I put my hands on somebody and they say to me, Cassandra, the treatment that you gave me changed everything. I have been so demoralized because I've been to all these doctors and they had all this surgery and they did all these things and nothing was helping. And I went to one session with you and it changed everything. And the first thing in my head I used to say when I got comments like that is, thank God my mother said yes to my life. Thank God, known as Jacqueline Jeanette Futch. She's Futch today. Born as Cook. Thank God, known as Jacqueline Jeanette Cook, for saying yes to my life, so that everybody that has the opportunity to be able to level up as a consequence of coming into contact with me, I have God to thank for that. And God has a name. It's Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. God has a name, whatever your mama name is. If you don't know your mama because you was adopted, if your mama was mean to you, if your mama was a diabolical bitch, guess what? She's still God. I'm not telling you got to give her grace. I'm really not. Because I know some women out here be doing real serious diabolatry. I do. But I know the norm, the overwhelming average, because every statistic tells us so. that women are still securing the lives of the entire world, of the future, with nothing. With nothing. And so I called my mom yesterday. I'm always trying. I still have the heart of a child. I still have the heart of a little girl that wants nothing more, that seeks nothing more than for my mother, my last remaining parent, to be proud of me, to see the earnesty in what I have attempted to do, though she could not understand my methodology, to be proud of the investment that she made in me. I want that. I want that. And so I will, I will struggle much harder than I have to, because the last thing that I want to do is to have to call my mama like I did yesterday and be like, Mama, crying. I haven't cried that hard in so long because I haven't been speaking my own personal pain and disappointment and confusion. And I'll be honest, my uncertainty, I turned 50 in September. The week before my birthday, me and my homegirl who had our birthday parties together, we were going through the same shit. Like, what the fuck is going on? Is this how we about to bring 50 in? Like, this some bullshit. Like, Spirit, can you ease the fuck up on us real quick? Like, can you give us some fucking reprieve? Because this shit is crazy. We both turned 50 this year. And it has been a circus of grand proportion every day since. And it has really challenged. It's really challenged my resolve, y'all. I will be honest. There have been highs and lows, but the lows and the BS, child, me having to quit the mayoral campaign after telling all y'all for all the months. I'm up in here. I'm on the ballot. I'm about to give these motherfuckers hell. And even if I don't win, they gonna know I was the fuck up in here. I'm about to give these motherfuckers hell. And this shit that has been plaguing, when I say I'm not exaggerating, y'all. It is such a monstrous set of circumstances. And I'll be honest, my situation is nowhere near as desperate as the 300 Black and brown people I saw at that courthouse today for the same reason. Not one white-skinned person that was a client. The only white people in that hallway, which is crazy long, all these people in the hallway trying to save themselves from being tossed out on the street like garbage. Old people with walkers and strollers, women with little bitty babies, fighting for their right to just exist. And every single white person in the hall was a lawyer. I said, child, and I'm still going to make a contest with this city. I'm letting y'all know I'm about to give these motherfuckers hell. The Temple is going to give these motherfuckers hell. So I'm planning. So all of that to say, my mother, me talking to her and her allowing me to be vulnerable with her, allowing me to call her. And when I tell you my mama didn't hesitate, I asked her just for like enough money to give a good faith payment to my landlord, because they was real wishy-washy for the last month. Now we just gonna go ahead and put her out. We ain't gonna come to no agreement with her. We just gonna go ahead and put her. It was like that. Every 3 days I was getting, yes, they're willing to work with you. They're gonna do this and this and this. And then 3 days later, I don't know, man. She seems real sketchy. She called me today and was like, you know what? My lawyer is really, really counseling me to just be done with it. To just go ahead and put her out and take the loss. And I'm telling you, every 3-4 days since the beginning of February, the level of chaos and disruption and playing with my emotions. And when I'm telling you, there were people in the hallway today. The police had to be in there because landlords, there was this Negro man in there who is a landlord, literally like just sticking hot pokers in these two women, a mother and a daughter, who were facing eviction. And he's sitting across the hallway and he's like, you fucking bitches, just pay your rent. You fucking bitches, just pay. I'm sitting here like, oh. And they're like, yo, we're at court to resolve this. So why don't you just lay the fuck up? They're going hard, loud. Everybody in the hall, 300 people. I'm not exaggerating. Everybody in the hall just like shook because this man, this 60-year-old black man in a suit and tie is just sticking a hot iron to what is already a humiliating situation. I don't give a fuck. Nobody is in this situation because they want to be, because they trying to get over. You feel what I'm saying? That shit is not, that's not what's happening out here. You feel me? And this nigga, you filthy bitches, just pay your rent. Just be responsible. Just pay your rent. Stop calling us bitches. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? We got our lawyers here. We up next in the courtroom. Just lay the fuck off. Just lay off. And he kept and kept. The cops had to come and put his ass out. It was like that, y'all. We all standing there like a deer in a headlight. All these people, all these white people in the room, and they all lawyers watching this Negro disrespect and attempt to humiliate these women the way that he was unbelievable. It was believable, but still unbelievable to witness how demoralized everybody there was, how scared everybody was. And I'm sitting here reading packets of information after I'd filed my answer with the court a month ago and got my court date and everything. And I'm reading through this, literally 2 packets this thick of all this jargony ass bullshit. They are literally trying to put people out. I called this woman. I was like, look, I am a smart woman. I can figure shit out. I can work it out. I said, but if I have 4 degrees and I can't understand the first 3 pages of these documents that you have sent to me, and I am expected to clearly be able to understand what I'm looking at, what I'm reading, and be prepared to defend myself in court against my landlord and his lawyer. And if I can't understand it, I know nobody down this motherfucking hallway can understand it. And even the lawyer that came to intercede, like the court-appointed lawyer that came to intercede on our behalf, like making sure that the wording for the agreement was proper and all of that stuff. She was like, look, she said, I do this every day. And she was a hard ass. She was not nice, the lawyer. She was not nice. But she was like, look, let's go ahead and get this resolved. She said, I do this every day. And she said, there are so many circumstances where people should be able to reasonably come to an agreement before going before the judge. And all of these lawyers are literally trying to talk landlords out of making agreements with these people. 79,000 people were evicted in this city last year alone. 245,000 received eviction notices since Karen Bass has been in office. 250,000 people. And the 6 times that I've been at that courthouse, I've never seen a white person looking to get help in the courthouse. All you see is black and brown people, as far as the eye can see, every day. And they'll tell you it's everything but what it is. They'll tell you, well, these Negroes and these brown people, they just should be more responsible. They should just pay their bills. While they're being robbed blind in this city with 249,000 centimillionaires. Centimillionaires, meaning they got over $100 million. 249,000 centimillionaires and 49 goddamn billionaires, the majority of whom have more than $100 billion in their possession, and perpetually telling people that their suffering is everything caused by everything but what it is. This is, I'm trying to tell you, mark my words on this here. And today is a really powerful day. Let me preface. I know I'm supposed to be reading this book. I'm going to read this book. But today is also a very powerful day. I didn't realize it because I did not go to sleep. I have not been in sleep since Monday. I was out picking up bottle caps at 3 o'clock this morning, just trying to like let some angst off. You feel me? And so I'm sitting here at about 3-4 o'clock in the morning, and I had a like breakthrough moment. I was like, why does April 8th seem so important? Something happened. Why does April 8th seem like I'm supposed to be making a bigger deal of this? I mean, yeah, I've been thinking about this court date for a month and this and that and this and that, but something big. This day is really important, and I can't remember why. So I open up my Facebook memories, because that is like your personal diary, child. You can remember what, at least me, because I've been up on here a long time. I can go and see what I was thinking and doing 13 years ago in my Facebook memories. So if something's bugging me like that, 3 o'clock in the morning, I go to my Facebook memories. Guess what happened? Guess why today was so big, and I should have been paying more attention to it, which I did once it came to my consciousness. 2 years ago on April 8th, y'all helped me get across this country under the most insane circumstances, because it won't happen again until I am 87 years old. So it was now or never. You feel me? Y'all helped me get across this country to go to Hot Springs, Arkansas, to make sure that I was at the top of this mountain doing a ceremony to retrieve crystal eclipse infused crystals at the peak of the eclipse. It was the massive eclipse, the total eclipse on the eastern seaboard. April 8th, 2 years ago. And so I was in Hot Springs, Arkansas, digging y'all crystals. Some of y'all got those crystals. I still have like a little box of them left. But these eclipse infused, powered up, that trip was crazy, by the way. Powered up. I did a whole ceremony, made offering to the dirt. Everybody was like, what's that black woman doing over there with them blueberries and stuff? And as soon as the mama blotted out the sun, I started digging. I started feeling around, grabbing crystals. I brought a whole suitcase. I took an empty suitcase. I stuffed my clothes in my purse and took an empty suitcase to bring a haul back for y'all of them eclipse infused crystals 2 years ago, when that total solar eclipse happened and the path of totality literally went right through Hot Springs. I was like, oh my God, no wonder it was so big. And if you should go tonight, it's still relatively early. Well, not for a lot of y'all, but do a YouTube search. Some kind of whatever uses your search engine, and type in global events on April 8th. Don't put a year, just global events on April 8th. You will be dismayed, bewildered, mind blown at how many globally impactful, altering events happened on April 8th. I would be interested to see, because I haven't opened any social media at all today, not one time. So I don't know what's happening in the world, but after I get up off here, I'm probably going to do maybe 30 minutes to just see what happened in the world today, because so many huge, pivotal moments in human history. And I mean, pages and pages and pages and pages. I was like, oh shit, this too. The Tiananmen Square rebellions in China with those students, and how the Chinese Communist Party was seen with them tanks killing them students. April 8th was a significant shift in the Tiananmen Square rebellions that these young people staged. So many scientific studies, breakthroughs, space events, significant space exploration events. This is a huge day. This is a huge day. And I'm so, so grateful that I moved my pride out of the way and called my mama and let my mama me. And I didn't ask her for a lot because my mother is recovering from surgery. It's the last thing I should have had to do. But I had to have the mama that I have. I had to have the mother that I have, so that when I talk about my mom to you guys, that no matter what we are going through, my mother is literally the embodiment, the example of what it means, what a mother is that is invested, permanently invested in that which she created to secure their destiny. My mother has contributed so massively in the securing of my destiny. I'm 50, and I am so extraordinarily blessed, while at the same time I was humiliated. I was embarrassed. I felt guilty having to be in a situation at this age to ask my mother to intercede the way that she did while she was recovering. And I wouldn't have if yesterday all of these promises and hopes and shit was falling through the seams. As I'd been told for the last week, the shit was certain. I was like, look, I can't rely on these people no more. Let me call my damn mama. Let me call my mama. And if I got to be out here hooking to pay her back, whatever. My mother more than anything on earth, and I mean this shit, my mama, man, more than any relationship on earth, more than including the human being that I created and the two human beings that she created. My mama, man, my mother is a giant among men, and she's so quiet. She's so quiet, she's damn near invisible. My mother is a giant among men that has never had the opportunity to express her giantism. She has never had the opportunity to express her genius. She has never had the opportunity to live out loud. She has never had the opportunity to just... So I got a debt to pay to my mother that is more than just the money that she let me have yesterday. And I have to give her that money back by the end of the month. So I have to pull a jack move. But she just reaffirmed. I was feeling so overwhelmed, not just overwhelmed. For the last 3 months, I've been feeling so extraordinarily lonely. And not lonely like, oh, I just wish I had a boo and this and that and this and that. Nothing like that. To be surrounded by people. To know that people give a damn about my life. And to still feel this thing that loneliness may not be the right articulation, but our language is so limited. Our language is our ability to articulate a dynamic set of emotions. Always challenging myself. As soon as the feeling comes up, I'm like, where that came from? Why I feel like that? Like literally always challenging myself against experiencing what I am feeling in the deepest and most honest way, so I can get to the source of it and let it come to the surface. Being embarrassed. How the hell do I have a master's degree? Do I have 2 science bachelor's degrees, an associate's degree, 30 years of experience healing humans? And I'm not talking about no lightweight shit, bitch. I work miracles out this motherfucker. I do. I work miracles. I work magic. And I can say that shit with confidence because I know the investment, the energetic, the emotional, the political, the studious work that went into shaping and molding genius. This wasn't no epiphany type shit, bitch. This was blood, sweat, and many stuffed, stifled, muted fucking tears. It was relationships with men who were attracted to me. They were attracted to me because they were attracted to the man in me. They were attracted to me because they were attracted to the power in me. They were attracted, they wanted to fuck me because they were attracted to the masculine in me. I've never had a problem pulling men. I ain't never had a problem pulling niggas. You feel me? And I'm not stereotypically cute. I've got this big old stretch mark belly as the evidence of warriorship here. Bitch, I crafted a whole goddamn human being. Not only a human being, but I crafted that human being. I seeded an entire tree that will live on forever and ever and ever and ever as long as my progeny continues to have children. So I ain't got no problem with my jiggly belly, but I know that I'm not stereotypically, cute. I'm not stereotypically, attractive. And men be perplexed. I've had men tell me this out of their mouths. You aren't usually the kind of woman I find myself attracted to, but man, there's just something about you. I'm like, I know, boo. I know. What is it about your voice? Your voice is so deep. I don't know why your voice turns me on so much. Bitch, you ever did like telephone sex? You should do that shit. Your voice, man. It's so, I don't get it. They be confused about their attraction to a 50-year-old, saggy titty, big belly, having stretch marks from my knees all the way up to my neck, jiggly arms. They don't get it. And I understand why they don't get it. They are faced with God and cannot reconcile that that's what it is, that that's what they're attracted to. Do you understand? I ain't never had no problem pulling men. And the one that I married and the one that I was engaged to, and fortunately, my ex-husband prepped me for all the signs to pay attention to that I had ignored with him. So when I got engaged and that shit started popping off like goddamn giant ass church bells, I didn't ignore it the second time. I saved myself. But both of those relationships, these men were obsessed with me. But what they were obsessed with, and they confused it with attraction and love and all of that shit. But what they were obsessed with was the idea of possessing and bridling power. Possessing and bridling power. And both of them did that. I am going to medical school 9.5 years full time, 5 days a week, full time, with 3 teenagers in my house who all go to different schools. So I'm having to drive each child to school in the morning before I make an 1.5 hour commute one way to go to school 5 days a week for 9.5 years, year round. I took 1 summer off in 9.5 years. What I did the entire decade of my 30s was insane, is what it was. It was insane, is what it was. But I did that shit. Running a business because my husband would not work, raising my child and his 2, keeping them when he left, and still going to medical school full time. I did that shit for 9.5 years. And so when I tell you, when I'm admitting to you that the last week has really tried me, like, what the fuck is the point of me being an actual genius? Y'all would call a bum like Bill Gates a genius just because he happened to steal an X amount of billions of dollars from people. Y'all would call some bum like Elon Musk a genius, knowing he is as smart as a box of rocks and just has mastered the art of theft, of grand theft, not grand theft auto, grand theft labor, grand theft life force, grand theft life expectancy. That's what they have robbed you of. Y'all would call these motherfuckers a genius, and there's no evidence of their genius anywhere in the world. No material manifestation of their genius. Nowhere. Did you know that the majority, I forget the statistic, but it's crazy. The majority of billionaires in the United States don't have a single college degree. Not one. The majority of them don't have a college degree between them. Meanwhile, Black women are the most degree-having, educated motherfuckers in this country, and this motherfucker just robbed them of 650,000 jobs in less than a year. So is genius, you know what I'm saying? Just go to college, get an education, and you will be all right. Meanwhile, they tell you we ain't going to college because our destiny is set at your expense. And just us having money will have you always believe that somehow we just did it right. We just know how to win this wheel or whatever. So me sitting here recalling 50 years of my life experiences, the human being that I gave birth to, and the multiplicity of other people's children who at one juncture in their life, because their mothers were not their mothers were not capable. Their mothers did not have it in them. Their mothers needed some relief, and I am the big bleeding heart. You don't even know how many babies have lived in my house, man. Not just my stepchildren. Y'all don't know how many babies. White children. 3 white girls lived with me. One lived with me for longer than a year until her mama could get her mind right. Little Black girls coming to live with me for 3 months, for 6 months, just because they mama ain't got no help and are on the brink of mental collapse, and so they babies come and stay with me. So I have extended babies all over the place. You feel me? Doing that, the kind of radical life experience that I have had, and I have been angry. I've been really, 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 really outraged about this thing that has happened to us. To believe the hype, to put away those passions that were most important to me, to quote, do the right thing, to go to college and get the degrees because your mama couldn't do what she wanted to do. She couldn't go get the degree. Your daddy couldn't go get the degree. Your grandparents couldn't get. You got a responsibility to go get the degree and do what America promises is the right course of action to secure your future. Go get these degrees. And then I didn't even tell y'all I found out last February, not March, February. I was like, look, let me go on and figure out how to raise the money to take these medical boards and just get my license and go and work in some Asian person or some white person's practice until I can build my own practice and just do this medicine thing. I don't want to do medicine no more. I want to be a rock star. I want to be a full-time artist of all the art that I practice. I want to be I want to be a rock star. I'm in the city that should afford me the ability to do that, but this ain't cutting it. I need to get this money. Let me just go on and take these boards and get it out my life. And so I called to get my transcripts. This is in February. I called to get my transcripts. No notice, no email. My email hasn't changed in 20 years. No email, no notice, no letter to my main address, nothing. To be informed that the accredited graduate program that I graduated with honors lost their accreditation and closed the goddamn doors. I called my mama. I was like, what the fuck? That happened. I didn't tell y'all that, but yeah, that happened. The accredited dual degree, my graduate program, I got 2 degrees. I got, at the same time, a master's degree in traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture and a bachelor's of science degree in Western professional sciences. I graduated with 2 degrees, 2 externships under my belt, a fertility externship, and a Western medical emergency externship. And you mean to tell me they couldn't $282,000 in student loan debt and couldn't nobody email my goddamn phone and say, look, if you need some transcripts from us, you better get them now because we about to close these doors. We lost our accreditation. Nothing. Mum's the word. I said, I cannot. Now, God damn it. God damn it. I still teach because what I have has value, ultimate value, regardless of whether I'm licensed to practice medicine or not. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this up. But when I called my mother yesterday, I'd already been, like I said, I have not slept since Monday. So when I called her, I was already on the brink and just stored up. Couldn't emote, couldn't cry in here by myself. I just couldn't emote for the last 3 months. And as soon as I heard my mama's voice, I just was like, Mama, I'm so fucked up. I'm so fucked up. Maybe I wasted my whole life. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry, Mama. This shit is humiliating. I just want you to fucking be proud of me. This is bullshit. I don't want to have to ask you for no money. This is bull. I should be paying you every month. This is bullshit. Disgusted, angry, and completely humiliated. Disgusted. We should not have to go through this. None of us, degree or no degree, motherfucker, should nobody on earth have to go through this shit. We should not have to fight like hell to secure the absolute bare minimum, which should be a guarantee. The fuck you mean I live in the 5th richest city on earth and there's homeless people in this motherfucker? If anybody had the money and the incentive to solve this problem, it would be solved. Stop making excuses. You parasites. This is parasitism that's happening in LA. Mark my words on this day. What you are witnessing while they are perpetually dancing around the issue, calling it everything but what it is, you are witnessing in real time a straight up ethnic cleansing in this city to prepare this city for the Olympics in 2 years. I promise you, this is what's happening. I promise you, this is what is happening. Driving through this city every day, man, there is nothing that fucks me up more. Homelessness, seeing people in despair. Y'all wouldn't even believe what Skid Row looks like right now. When I moved here, Skid Row did not look in 2018 the way that it looks today. I'm driving through Skid Row the other day. I said, "Oh my God, it looks like a literal war zone." Child, 7 people a day in this city are dying from homelessness. 7 people a day. And they calling this, it is an improvement though. 7 people a day. Crenshaw District, South Central LA, the blackest, most densely populated Black community in California, all the way up until the year 2000, the population in South Central was 93% Black. And of that 93% Black population, almost 100% of the homes and property were owned by Black people. They just did an article this week. Did you know this week that since 1962, this is the first time there will be no Black representatives on the city council in South Central and Crenshaw District. For the first time since 1962. And to explain why, they talked about the demographic changes in South Central, that in 1962, all the way up until the year 2000, there was 93 Crenshaw District. Y'all been seeing Crenshaw District in every Snoop Dogg, NWA, rapper exhibit from LA. They all come from South Central or Compton or Long Beach, which has already long since been successfully gentrified, by the way. But South Central, even if you ain't never been to California, you know it's Black as fuck. 93% of the population since 1962, Black. of those black people, damn near all the businesses and all the homes owned by black people. Since 1962, this is going to be the first time there's not going to be a single black representative on Crenshaw District's city council. And to explain why, is that the reason why is because today, in 2026, South Central and Crenshaw District is 81% Mexican. 81%. I said, how are there not billboards all over the city declaring a state of emergency? What the fuck is happening? 81%, less than 12% of the property in Crenshaw District, less than 12% is owned by black people. But because we black, y'all don't give a fuck. Nobody's declaring moratoriums in states of emergency about why the black community more than 500,000, 650,000 black people have been excised from this city, and mum's the word. Nobody asked the question. And then have these think pieces about what is causing the whiteification of Hollywood. That's not my words. That's what I've been hearing all over TikTok, all over YouTube, these think pieces about the whiteification of Hollywood, and y'all clueless. Y'all clueless. So, when I tell you that what I've been telling y'all since I've been sharing with y'all for several months now about the seriousness of my personal living situation, that I ain't trying to get you to feel sorry for me or no shit like that. I'm trying to keep y'all up on what's happening. So if one day y'all don't see all my glorious books behind me, y'all see the goddamn wall of a tent or some shit, y'all know, y'all up on game. Y'all know somebody gonna have to come and rescue me, bitch. Because these motherfuckers done put me out and put all my shit on the side of the goddamn road. And I'm living in a tent trying to build a movement. I am going to say one more thing, and then I promise I'm going to shut up and read this book. I forget the dude's name. I just bought a book about him yesterday at the thrift store. The guru. Somebody in the comment section might even know who I'm talking about. The guru that came to the United States of America, who is responsible for founding the Hare Krishna movement. The little short Indian bald-headed dude. Somebody tell me what this dude's name is. I see several of my white followers on here. Y'all may know. I don't know too many. I don't know too many black people that have been a part of the Hare Krishna movement, but I know a lot of white people that have been a part of the Hare Krishna movement. What's the dude name? He's huge. I just bought a book about him yesterday. I'm not going to go to the car and get it, but the reason I brought him up is because there's so many books about this dude. I told y'all I've gone to the Hare Krishna temple in Culver City many, many times because I know one of the monks there. I met him, and he's a cool dude, down to earth, real cool. And so he'll invite me every so often, and I'll go because I know that the goddess has something to say everywhere you go. That's why I ain't got no problem going to church, because she is going to speak through you whether you acknowledge her or not. I had real ass breakthroughs coming from Negro preachers at the church, and they think they talking, about the Lord and everything. And the mother is like, child, all that bullshit he's saying is just fluff. This is what I need you to take from this. This is what I need you to extract from what this Negro is saying. So I don't have no problem going to these spaces that I might be philosophically opposed to, because the mother, this is her dominion. She run all this shit. If you are open to see her, if you are open to hear her. Thank you so much. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. I might have butchered it, but thank you, Holistic Harmony. Let me go back real quick and thank all you young people for these donations that came through as super thanks and super chats. Ancient Mamas, thank you so much for the donation, my dear. I don't see no dancing emojis. Y'all know how much I love. I appreciate these donations, but y'all know how it be lifting my spirit to see little dancing ass hippopotamuses and shit. Like, can when y'all make these little super thanks and super chats, can y'all put some little dancing emojis on that shit? Y'all know I love it, so just do it. I need the upliftment. Let me say one more thing before I talk about the Swami. So I talked to my mama. I spilled my guts. My mama, of course, she was frustrated because my mother is in recovery. And say my mother's name. Everybody that is listening now, take a moment to say my mama's name in affirmation of healing and healing and prosperity and freedom from the chains of that shit that prevents her from living an ecstatic life. Say my mother's name, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. Say it 3 times. Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. May she be blessed beyond what she is even capable of imagining. If you love me, you don't have no choice but to love my mama. You love me, whether you know it or not, because you love my mother. Everything that you see about me is because my mother existed. My mother is so dynamic. She really, really is. She's such a dynamic human being. And she's a weaver. She's a Webster. She is a statewide and nationally award-winning quilter. My mama. As her hobby. My mama. She's so extraordinary. I want so much extraordinary shit for her. I really do, man. Say my mama name like you would if it was mine. So anyway, yes about that. But then this Swami, this dude, I thought about him in particular because I bought a book about him yesterday. And I was just flipping through the book, deciding whether or not I was going to buy it. And I mentioned my mama. Because just my mama allowing me without judgment, without saying, girl, when you just gonna do, just letting me be completely vulnerable with her and telling her, baby, you know what my situation is, but you gonna be all right. Pay how you can, pay when you can, a little bit here, a little bit there, but take care of you. And it was like, God lifted demons off my spirit yesterday. Yes, she did. That's what my mama did. God, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook, purged my spirit of demons that have been plaguing my fucking life since I turned 50. That's what she did yesterday with that gesture. And when I tell you, I felt a shift that was immediate. I went outside. She said, go to the credit union, to the branch of my credit union, withdraw the money. As soon as I left the house to go to the bank, this guy pulled me over. He's like, stop, pull over. He's like, that big, I told y'all I still got to get my car fixed because I was in a hit and run. This dude hit me and took off during the fires when everybody was trying to leave the city. I told you it was pandemonium out here. And my bumper, my front end bumper, had been hanging off ever since because my car insurance wouldn't cover the damage, right? So I was like, every time I see my little baby, I love my car. My car's name is Sovereignty. My home's name is Sanctuary. And so every time I saw my little baby, I was like, damn, I got to get my baby fixed. This dude pulled me over as soon as I got off the phone with my mom. It was like, I can fix that for you. I was like, I got to go pick up this money. And he's like, I can fix it for you while you in the bank. I said, that quick? My shit was shoddy, y'all, hanging off by a thread. This dude fixed the front end of my car in 35 minutes and asked me for $300. I was like, you got it. This is the tithes off the money that my mama just sent me. This is the ritual reciprocity that just presented itself to me as a blessing. This dude just saw that I had a need and was like, girl, I can take care of that right now. It won't even plague your life no more. The bumper is up. The dent, the massive dent pounded out. Right? I was like, damn, that's really... That happened 5 minutes after I walked out of the house to go pick up this money. Then I went to go take care of some business in Highland Park. I was like, well, I got my books with me. I'm working on y'all zine. It's fly, right? So I was like, you know what? Let me go get a drink and, and write in my little zine. Everybody, I went to a restaurant I've never been to. Everybody that sat next to me at the bar, because the turnover was quick. Everybody that sat next to me at the bar was like, Hey, how you doing? Just out of nowhere, 3 different people in the matter of the 2 hours I was sitting there. Hey, how you doing? And then one is, you know what? I love this dress you got on. Have you ever been to the bar around the corner? I think you would really like it. It was just the DJ. This little Filipino girl was awesome. She paid tender grass. It just shifted. My mother, who is God, my mother, who is responsible for my life, my mother, who is the one that took up the cause to shape and mold my destiny in her abdomen, shifted my whole existence yesterday, and people were responding everywhere I went. The DJ was like, there's this little hole in the wall dive that you need to go to tonight. I was like, okay, I've been having such a great and awesome day. I woke up yesterday with $8.97 in my damn checking account, knowing that I had court this morning. I said, what the fuck am I going to do? What am I going to do? Do I need to go out here and pull a smash and grab? Like, fuck it. I need a piece, bitch, because I ain't obeying the law no more. Like, fuck it. In a world where the president of the United States is a 39-time convicted felon, that should alert the rest of us that we ain't got to obey the law either, goddamn it. Fuck that. You understand? I digress. So I'm like, look, I woke up with $8.97 in my goddamn checking account yesterday after doing all of this futch, F-U-T-C-H. After doing all of this shit over the weekend, I was like, okay, I don't know what I'm going to do. I woke up demoralized. Well, got up. I got up off the couch from watching TV demoralized. How am I going to seize the day? How am I not going to be overwhelmed? Finally, at noon, when shit was just looking worse and worse and worse with my landlord and these people, I was like, let me call my mama. I have to concede that I cannot fix it. I can't fix it. I have been doing so bad. I can't fix it. Call my mama. So humiliated. Y'all, I don't experience humiliation. I don't experience shame. If I do something fucked up, I own it, I eat it, I elevate, and I move on. Oh, I rectify and I move on. Yeah, so I don't experience shame. I don't experience guilt. I'm telling you, I don't. There is no place in my life for that shit. What do we got to feel guilty about? We the oppressed. We the subdued. We the over. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel guilty about shit. I don't feel shame about shit because, first of all, I don't do fucked up shit to people. There ain't nothing that I do that I should feel guilty or ashamed about because I don't do fucked up shit to people. Period. You feel me? And if I go out here and pull a smash and grab, you feel me? Please know I did that shit with confidence, with no guilt and no shame. If I pull a smash and grab, bitch, if I get out here hooking, if I get out here jumping up on somebody's pole, shaking my ass, I ain't gonna feel no kind of way about that. So I'm not on some hyper moralism type of shit. If you live in a country where everybody that is supposed to be leadership is robbing you, I'm telling you, literally breaking the law, like every single solitary person in office as representatives are criminals, actual criminals. But you better pivot about how you think you're going to stage a contest in this bitch. Coloring inside the lines. So, but my mama is what shifted. My mother is what shifted my day yesterday. And I'm telling you, every single person that I came in contact with responded. It was like everybody that I came in contact with was meant to be a loud confirmation of my mother's intervention in my life yesterday. Because I woke up, I got up a mess. Literally frowning just because I couldn't literally like this. Like, I just fucking cannot. Okay. I can't. I'm not doing shit. I'm not going to do anything because I've been doing all over the place. Hours and hours and hours. Every day. Till 3 o'clock in the morning. Every day. Waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Every day. It's been too much. Working on a resume that I haven't used in 20 years. I said, I cannot do this. I can't do this. I cannot do this. I was really subdued yesterday morning, baby. Looking at the ceiling like feeling like this weird energy in my body when I was looking in my apartment. It was so weird. Like kind of like this space in between, weird I can't explain it. It was such a weird feeling. Like I was observing me, conscious, aware, middle of the day. And I was looking around my apartment and it almost didn't feel real. It didn't feel, I felt like I was watching me from outside of me looking at my place. It was just, I've never felt that. And I made a mental note of it. And after that shit happened, I was like, you know what? This apartment was a blessing, an extraordinary blessing to me and my daughter and my grandchildren. It's my blessing, and can't nobody have it, and ain't nobody taking it away from me. Let me call my mama. Fuck it. Swallow your pride, girl, and call your mama. And I cried and cried and cried. I could barely talk. I haven't cried that hard in so long. I cried and cried, sobbed. Like, Mama, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. I believe in me. I believe in me. That is my frustration. I believe in me. I believe in why I'm here and why I have the calling that I have. But I cannot do this shit by my fucking self and not like this. Not like this. I said, so Mama, I need help. And she was like, baby, pull yourself together. You know I got you. She said, but this is serious. It's not money I got to be playing around with. I'm going to need my money back. But do not stress about it. Do what you can when you can and pay me my shit. You feel me? My mother loves me so much. She loves me so much. She loves me so much. I'm so fortunate. So fortunate. She shifted my whole day, and all my ancestors came on deck to say, that bitch, that bullshit you was on first thing in the morning, we want to show you how to shift given to you by God. Everybody is going to respond to this shift in your attitude. And I left that bar where all these people were talking to me. Can we get in contact with you? Can I take your business card? I don't know. It's just something about you. I want to stay in touch. Every single person that sat next to me, the DJ was like, we had to stay in touch. But in the meantime, go to this little hole in the wall country western bar called Good Housekeeping before you go home. I said, country western Good Housekeeping? That's the bar name? She was like, yeah, you got to go. I was like, you know what? Let me trust this vibe that I've been in since my mama intervened in my life yesterday. Baby, I went into that bar. The DJ was dressed like Roy Rogers. He had on a sky powder blue shirt, old Western shirt with like the little filigree shit, you know what I'm saying? Like the little gold filigree shit. He had on a Roy Rogers cowboy hat and some old school jeans and some boots. Some of the music, I forgot. I've been up in here all day after I got out of that goddamn court that I was up at for 5 hours. I came home and turned. I was like, some of the shit he played, I haven't heard since I was a little girl. My dad loved country music. As a Christian, it was about the only music that was secular that was acceptable. My dad loved country music. My dad was a truck driver. His CB name was Pretty Boy Floyd because he was the youngest dude on his team. My daddy was Pretty Boy Floyd. You feel me? And he loved old school. Patsy Cline, Randy Travis, Hank Sr., Willie Nelson, old school Dolly Parton before she got real like poppy country. Old school Dolly Parton is that gangster shit. I forgot how gangster these songs were. I was like, do I have to turn my life over to country western? Do I have to go back to country? Every song he played last night, I was like, I forgot. And this little boy, his name was Adam. And it was so funny because the bar that I was at before that, I think I still have it open. I was Googling the etymology of atomic, the word atomic, before I even met this boy. You feel me? I had in my phone, I was searching the etymology of atomic. And of course, it is the basis for the name Adam. The word atomic is the basis for the word atom, and the name means the inseparable, the indivisible, the incorruptible. And then I go to the next bar, and the country western DJ, who is serious about his country western game, about that life, and he dressed like Roy Rogers on a goddamn Tuesday night, say, my name is Adam. I said, listen, okay. I said, I see you, mother. I see you. Thank you again for this powerfully impactful confirmation, right? The bartender, I order around. They had a special on a beer and a shot. I got a beer and a shot. I was like, what I owe you? And she was a trans woman, tall, 6'3", some shit like that. Guns, beautiful. Guns, long blonde hair. What can I get you? I'm going to have a beer and a shot. The place is really beautiful, by the way. Really, really gorgeous, right? And so I said, what's my damage? She was like, can I tell you something? I was like, yeah. Of course, I'm the only black bitch in there. It's a country western bar in goddamn Hollywood. You feel me? She said, can I tell you something? I said, yeah. She said, when you walked in the door, I was so happy. That's what she said. I was so happy. Like, you changed the energy in the whole bar as soon as you walked in the bar. I got your first round of drinks. I said, are you serious? She said, yes. Thank you so much for coming tonight. I have a feeling we're going to see you around more. I said, you absolutely are. With little Adam over here cutting up on the ones and twos like he doing. I said, you sure are going to see me around. Y'all might be my new regular dive. Adam was just laughing. He was like, girl, where are you from? I said, I'm from Alabama. He's like, man. He was like, your energy is so big. I go outside after chopping it up with them. And this lesbian couple is sitting in front of me. And the more mask presenting lesbian went up to get drinks and was coming back out singing one of the songs that's playing over the sound system. I said, girl, where are you from? I said, because your ass ain't from LA. She was like, no, I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. I said, what the fuck? We knew the same people, went to these same clubs in Birmingham, Alabama. I said, Spirit, can you just come on in the room? More days like this, more often, more regular, every single solitary day, because all I want to do is see magic from the time my eyes open until the time my eyes close. That's all I want to experience is magic, just like this day. Thank God for my life. Thank God, known as Jacqueline Jeanette Futch, for saying yes to my life. Thank my God on earth, known as Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. Now, about your Swami. I was looking through this book at this thrift store yesterday about this dude who I'd already found out, had a past that was questionable, especially in his position about women. And I'm looking through the book and all of these images in the book. And in every image, I want you people who were born with white skin to hear me with an open heart and hear where this is coming from. But we have to face it. We have to face it. We have to face it. The book is this thick. And every image that I saw of this Swami, the one the sister mentioned over here in the chat, the founder of the Hare Krishna movement, I flipped through the whole book. There was not a single black person in any setting, in any scenario, anywhere that he ever went, any speaking engagement he ever did. There was not one. I know that there are black people that are a part of the Hare Krishna movement. As a matter of fact, Alice Coltrane, who I love so much, was a serious devotee of the Hare Krishna movement. But that was rare. And I'm sitting here flipping through this book, and it's clear to me every day. Not only clear, it is more and more and deeper and urgent and pressing, clear. We have tried everything. We have given everyone the benefit of the doubt. We cannot afford to do that shit any longer. We cannot afford to do it any longer. All of us, men, women, all genders, all races, all ages, are going to have to accept that in becoming the devotees of males in any capacity, what we are doing is looking past, looking through, walking around, ignoring the God in front of us to perpetually evade, perpetually evade, perpetually evade. And it is not a condemnation of you. It is to remove the muck from your eyes, man, your spiritual eyes. It is to unclog your ears. It is to release and free your senses so that your senses can accurately inform your heart of how to show up for you. These males who are all and have always been in collusion with the state, no matter who they are, they have always been in collusion with the state. They are the securers. They are the securers of the illusion, the veil that perpetually keeps you from her, that perpetually keeps you from the her that is you. Every single solitary one of you are the evidence of an investment that some woman made to secure your existence. Even if she was flawed, even if she was a monster, she was a monster made, molded, and crafted by the Father God. I'm not telling you to ignore the monstrosity that she may have been in your personal relationship with your mama. I am saying give her the same grace that you have been giving a mythological Father God who has waged war on the planet unendingly for 6,000 years. Give her the same grace that you do in mythology, that you do a myth, that you do a megalomaniacal, bloodthirsty maniac. Give her the same grace. Say, even if I can't fuck with my mama, even if I can't talk to my mama, even if I can't visit my mama, even if I have to establish healthy boundaries with my mother who caused me this pain and suffering, at least when I speak about her or speak her name, the one thing that I can say is if I love myself, I have to say, thank God on earth that she said yes to my life when she could have easily said no. If that's all you can do, I ain't got to fuck with her. I ain't got to this and that and this and that. But the one thing I can say is thank God that even in her madness, she said yes instead of no. Because, bitch, I love me. I love my life. Whatever. Because you cannot be the you that you are without her. I don't care who you are. I don't care how long you went to school. I don't care this and that and this and that. All the accomplishments that you got. Your mother gave you the right to exist. We have to start there if we are going to challenge the grand old patriarch. We cannot pass it. We cannot bypass it. We cannot escape it. We can't. We cannot. We have given so much of our life force to the preservation of patriarchal war gods. So much. So many rituals we have conducted to keep them alive at our expense. So many that we have taken the babies that we loved and shaped and molded in our bodies and offered them up on the altar of war and then hailed them heroes when they return from massacring and raping women and children as the acceptable behavior of just wars as given to you by St. Augustine. We cannot continue to betray ourselves. I come from a military family. Everybody that's in my family, I love them. I love my people now. But you will never have me say of those that I love with my whole heart and dearly. And hell, they won't even say it. All of the men and women in my family that went off to war that are my age, that were in active duty, that who knows the monstrous shit they were shamed into, guilted into, peer pressured into doing, that they knew they would never get found out about, but that shit plagues their spirit. So they're all drunks. So they all have been subdued by what was required of them to secure some semblance of a life here. We cannot have indigenous men still sporting the uniforms of mercenaries because it's the only sense of pride that we give to them here in the United States of America. Native men. We cannot have it both ways. The line is clear. It's decisive. It's decisive. It's decisive. We cannot keep allowing our children to join mercenary organizations. What is the point of saying that Donald Trump, and not just him, Obama did such monstrous shit with our children, man, that Black people still aren't honest enough to face off with. Obama was not a hero. He was a war criminal. Michelle Obama is not innocent as the first lady to mathematically calculating war criminal. We have to take decisive action, man. And we can't do that if we still holding on to make believe about what is happening. I've been teaching y'all for 5 years. All the shit happening is still happening within the context of a Pluto in Aquarius for the first time in 250 years. This is the reckoning that we are experiencing. And what did I tell y'all 5 years ago when I taught that 7-series workshop on how we need to prepare for our entry into Pluto in Aquarius, aka Oya meeting her husband Shango for the first time in 250 years, and that this is going to last? The intensity of this shit is going to last until 2024. The intensity is going to last. Is the intensity going to be shaped by your opposition, by your adversary, or are you going to shape the intensity? Are you going to shape the intensity into something that is evolutionary and revolutionary and so far off what is the norm that people are going to be like, damn, I didn't know the world could be like this. This is awesome. Shit, we should have did this shit sooner. Are we going to be the shapers of the intensity that is a guarantee until 2024, until 2044? Or are we going to continue to allow billionaires, millionaires, political, politicians, Epstein compadres to shape and mold and use the intensity to deepen our suffering? This is it. The reckoning is based in what? What have I been telling y'all all this time? The Pluto in Aquarius is about? Every single society still pays attention to when their Pluto in Aquarius occurs based on their birth chart, national birth charts, nation birth charts. The Roman Empire fell during a Pluto in Aquarius. Their second one. They almost lost their shit during the first Pluto in Aquarius when a white gangster bitch named Boudica was so enraged by the betrayal of the Roman emperor after they had coddled this motherfucker, made tribute and all of this shit, and he slayed her husband, destroyed all of her allies to leave them, to make sure they were isolated, then had his soldiers rape her babies in front of the entire kingdom. And the people that were most loyal to her was like, look, I know this is terrible, but you got to get out of here. We got to preserve what little leadership we got left. And they ushered her into hiding. And this toga wearing, red-headed, white bitch, revolutionary gangster that she was, set on revenge. Her revenge is just. Her revenge is just. Her vengeance is just. This is the difference. Because she was motivated to revenge out of love. Love for her people, love for her babies, love for her husband. And somebody got to fucking pay. This motherfucker we done had in our house, whining and dining him, giving him, mistresses, concubines that he could take advantage of. And all the time he was in our personal space, plotting and scheming out on our goddamn demise. How can I own this shit? Let me go up in here as a friend and case they shit. Let me case they whole empire. Let me case they castle. Let me case they shit. Let me get up close and personal and feign friend until I can disarm them enough that I can slay them all and assume for myself that which is rightfully theirs. And she was telling her husband the whole time, like, yo, you bigging this dude up and you think it's a strategy to make sure that he don't come for you. But the man ain't got no principle. The nigga suspect. And you need to rally the clans around our kingdom as allies to go ahead and preemptively strike on what we already see is coming. The emperor. Constantine. She kept telling her husband, baby, I ain't trying to tell you what to do. I know you the man. But because you in this shit all the time, you can't see as clearly as I can. I'm quiet. I'm the woman. You know what I'm saying? So I see shit you can't see. Trust me, if for no other reason, I give a fuck about your life. Trust me, if for no other reason, you know more than anybody, I'm always going to have your back. I'm always going to root for you. If for no other reason, trust me on that I see what you don't see. She said, we got to stop paying tribute to this motherfucker. He is plotting and scheming against us. He kept blowing her off. The emperor comes and delivers the head of her husband to her and then proceeds to rape her daughters in front of the entire kingdom. And this happened during a Pluto in Aquarius. Boudica, in no time, amassed a military of 70,000 men and women and hit such a shot to Rome that Rome almost lost its shit the first Pluto returns. The fall of Rome was successful during its second Pluto returns. Pluto in Aquarius. No, Pluto is Pluto returns. Excuse me, it's Pluto returns. And every empire watches for their Pluto in returns because it is that shocking. It's that shifting. There ain't but two extremes that are possibilities, and they're always based on a rectification. The years leading up to America's first Pluto returns, all over the globe, all these white people was like, we got to be watching because America about to have its first Pluto returns. And if America, these are astrologers from Australia, from England, from all over the place, saying if America does not reconcile its relationship with Native American people, with Mexican people, and with Black people, it ain't gonna last. It ain't gonna last. They have a rectification to make, and they've been doing everything to avoid, everything to not only avoid, to antagonize the reckoning that they witness is happening. Oh, reckoning my ass. We gonna double down. We gonna fire 650,000 Black women. We gonna double down. We gonna get rid of DEI because we know every unaware white person is so willing to sacrifice themselves, to sacrifice the safety of their lives, to sacrifice everything to be anti-Black. They are willing to sacrifice their own children and their own safety and their own security in their own lives to side with a white bourgeoisie, to side with their bosses, to side with their enemies, to side with the men who are committing crimes of grand proportion against their children. Just to say I hate niggas. Just to say I hate niggas. They will betray themselves. That's how deep the spell is. That's why we say the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. We're casting a glorious conspiracy. Why? To create the new world, the new traditions, the new religions, the new cultures. To what we say? To call the storm to subdue the rogue sun, to end all suffering on earth, to forever bind those who would or have harmed you, Great Mother, and your children. We have to speak the spell just like they have corralled us into speaking spells that benefit them at our expense. You feel me? And so this Swami, and seeing every single image, hundreds of images in this book, of all of these white people sitting around the feet of the Swami, dressed like the Swami, meditating like the Swami, bald-headed like the Swami. All of these white people for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. Hare Krishna movement was founded in the 1960s. Decades and decades and decades and decades and decades of devotees. There are several Hare Krishna temples around here where there's not a single Indian Swami. All the Swamis are white people. And nobody puzzles at that. I have been to a temple where the chief Swami is a Jewish white man, which is also not uncommon at all. A lot of these devotees are Jewish. Where the lead Swami of the temple, and this is not the Hare Krishna temple, this is Yogananda's temple. And I walk into the room because the building is so goddamn beautiful. It's so gorgeous, right? And I walk in, I was like, you know, I always said I want to go up in here and see what this is about. And so I just pulled off one day going to the beach because the temple literally is overlooking the entire Pacific Ocean. It's up high on the mountains in the Pacific Palisades. And there's a pond built on the property. Beautiful, 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 right? And I go in there and they have a meditation ceremony happening. And he was like, you can peek in the door, but you can't go in until the Swami stops leading the chant. He's like, you're going to have to wait out of here until the break comes and then you can go in. So he said, but I'll let you peek in and see what's going on. And so there is a platform. It looks kind of like a stage, but it's different. It's a platform where they have another thing that he sits on when he's leading the meditation. He's saying the prayers, he's doing the chants, he's leading the meditation. And I look in the room and everybody is sitting on the floor. He is upraised over this white Jewish Swami that is the lead Swami in the Temple of Yogananda, who was black as me, y'all. Yogananda was black as me. He was one of them dark-skinned Indians. He black as me. Black as me. And I look in there, and this white Jewish elder man is leading this ceremony. And he was the only white person in the room. 150 people sitting on the floor beneath him. He towers over them, leading a ceremony, chanting and meditating. And they was all Indians. They was all brown. They was all so deeply moved by the meditation. Does nobody see this like maybe this much problematic? But I'm going to tell you, let a nappy-headed, big-nosed, tattooed-faced, jolly-bellied, big-booty-having, hood-articulate black bitch get up there and lead ceremony. Would you see it as profound? I went to the Philosophical Research Society to see that damn documentary I told y'all about the Dalai Lama. And what struck me more than anything in that documentary, it was like having your eyes assaulted for an hour and a half. And afterwards, and everybody's on the panel, and I told y'all Richard Gere is an executive producer on the shit. And the first thing that he says after the movie goes off. Because I told y'all how I was offended by that hokey ass, silly ass infantile way that the Dalai Lama was speaking in this documentary. I was offended. I said, why the fuck is he talking like that? Even Asian people that I know that are learning English as a second language. I went to Chinese medicine school, by the way. You feel me? So even people who may still have a very thick dialect or, still struggle to recall the words in English that they're trying to have, their brain is thinking at one speed, but their translation is coming out at another speed. There's still a difference in how they communicate than the way this dude communicated. I'm talking about the Dalai Lama in this documentary. 4 minutes into the video, I was offended. I said, what the fuck is he playing at? That what y'all call it? Fuck, what do y'all call it? Strategic and weaponized incompetence. I was offended. So after the video goes off and Richard Gere opens up the panel discussion, he said, I just want to first start by saying I've seen this documentary so many times while we're trying to get the funding to have it released and this, that, and this, and that. He said, and I'm just moved every time I see it. Every time I see it, I'm just so moved. And I think what is so profound about the Dalai Lama is, as deep and profound as he is, I think what moves me is the simplicity with which he communicates. I said, the fuck? So you appreciate infantile, offensive simplicity coming from the Dalai Lama when I know good and motherfucking well I've seen too many speeches made by this man. I'm like, why the fuck is he doing that? You have to forgive my struggle with the language. What are you laughing about? Participating in a documentary where you are literally watching never before seen images, not of peace, and the whole thing was about peace on the earth and shit. The whole video was something like peace on earth. The whole hour and a half video, if it wasn't talking about the Dalai Lama, like talking to the Dalai Lama directly, was unseen images of war. It was like I've seen images of war. I'm not a child. But the images in this video, I said, oh my God, why do they need to show us this? What makes you think that this is what is going to convince us that we need to create peace in the world? When this man talked about his mother, the Dalai Lama, when he talked about his mama, child, I was about to be the fuck up out of there. I said, The way he talked about his mama, who had to give up her baby. Do you know that the Dalai Lama went and lived in that goddamn monastery at the age of 7? He became a monk at 7, living a life of celibacy, surrounded by a bunch of old ass bastards. He was 7. He said, my mother cried so much when she had to, because your tradition will guilt the fuck out of you. And everybody that believes your tradition, I don't care what it is, by the way, guilt this mother into turning her baby over to somebody that deep in her spirit, she knows something bad is going to happen to her baby. There are just as many stories, we don't hear them. There are just as many stories that are similar to the Catholic Church, if you know what I mean, and altar boys and shit. There are just as many stories coming out of Tibet, coming out of these monasteries, coming out of these, what do you call them? Ashrams. My sitar teacher, it was maybe 2 years ago, and I went to his house for my lesson, and he was sobbing. I was like, what's going on? One of his teachers, because even though he is Jewish and his parents were Christian missionaries, he was born in Iran. And so they went to India for something, and he heard the sitar for the first time. He was 14, and he told his mama, I want to do this. And he was trained traditionally, meaning he lived with his teacher. And from what I understand, his teaching was violent. He was trained traditionally, popping the hands, depriving of food, all that shit, 14 years old, to go and learn this instrument, to live with his guru. And that wasn't the only teacher that he had. So his guru, apparently he was mean and abusive, but he finds out that one of his other teachers had just passed away. And he's sobbing, and I'm thinking it's because his teacher passed away. No, because when his teacher passed away, it was the only time that all of the students that he had sexually assaulted felt safe to come out and say, I'm not going to the funeral because this rotten, filthy, sorry motherfucker stole my childhood, stole my passion for an instrument that I get sick playing now because of what he did to me. He said, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He was crying, not just from the loss of this person that he trusted, but all of these people that were children, males and females, that in their whole life did not feel safe to out, not because of him, but because how we all show up to protect pariah, under the auspice of not making the group look bad, under the auspice of not exposing our dirty laundry, under the auspice of, it's real terrible what he did, but look at all this great shit he did for the movement. And so these grown, old, my teacher is 5-6 years older than I am, but we're talking about people that are 10, 20 years older than him. Old people in their whole lives did not feel safe to say what their experience was until this man was being put in the dirt. So this Swami so-and-so, the founder of the Hare Krishna temple, that was what struck me. Was we do not question when men come out self-proclaimed whoever the fuck, the honorable this and that and this and that, the magnificent, the great, the pious, and we just accept their self-imposed titles, the magnanimous. I said, you know what? I made this decision yesterday when I bought that book. I said, that's the only language I'll understand. I have to do what's familiar to you. I said, because I've been struggling with my title. Y'all know that for some time, right? Not wanting to be, quote, perceived as haughty or arrogant. I was like, you know what? Why I'm fronting? I'm staging a contest with the most malignant motherfucker on earth. I was like, and that's what people respond to. They really respond to that shit. The magnificent, the wonderful, the great, the what kind of titles y'all be giving these clowns? The prophet, seer, supreme. You know what I'm saying? Nations of gods and earth, what they be talking about? My name is Supreme Knowledge Born, aka 7th Power, 7th Son. Huh? And we ain't had no problem. The man that I was in love with, the first black man I ever was in a dating relationship with, his name was Righteous Born Allah. Righteous, baby, what you need? His best friend, what was his name? 7 Science Supreme. That was the culture created to glorify. Not to glorify within the context of to glorify over. To glorify over. Who? The earth. Because the earth is subordinate. The earth is subordinate to the sun. You feel me? See, we the sun. We the gods. You feel me? And our queens is the earth through which we plant our seed. You feel me? How is that different from Mormonism? I mean that literally. How is that different from Mormonism? How is that different from any of this shit that they have mastered the art of using our women's, our natural inclination to see things made right. We emanate with it because we have a uterus. Every uterus that is born, by the way, every uterus that is born, the mother sees as an opportunity to rescue you. every uterus born, the mother treats as another opportunity to change it all. But see, we don't see God when we see women. We see God when we see our sons, though. But we don't see God when we see women. As a matter of fact, I was just writing in y'all zine that I'm writing for y'all. Hold on. In y'all dope ass, fly ass zine that I am handwriting for you. I'm so hype about this project. I really, really am. It's been a long time since I've been as hype as I am about this zine. But I was writing in it last night. What did I say? Because I was like, this shit profound. Yes. I was just writing the first page. What is the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence? And I said, what is the T? The TEE. Simply put, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is the uterus. In Chinese medicinal theory, the uterus is called the lower palace that houses the emperor, which is your heart, that houses and prepares the emperor. That's why the uterus is called a palace, because every person born, not just males, every person born is considered the emperor of their own personal universe in the medicine, in the theory of the medicine. So that's why the palace is called, the uterus is called the palace, is because it's housing a sovereign. It's housing a sovereign. You feel me? And so I said, so in keeping with the energy and the idea of the palace, I replaced palace with temple. And growing up a Christian, the Bible, I missed a word here. The Bible, so y'all gonna see all my errors and everything. The Bible constantly refers to the woman, the wife, as wisdom, as the tabernacle, as the church. Doesn't the Bible do that? Even your strict ass King James Version, don't they constantly refer to females as wisdom, females as the tabernacle, females as the church, females as the body of the church? Feel me? So instead of church, I used temple. It's right there in front of us all the time, and we look everywhere but right the fuck where it is. Right here. Right here. Right? So this is the first section. So the zine that I'm writing for you, I'm handwriting for y'all. This is it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sections. 8 sections, not pages, sections. So this whole little, this could be a zine by itself. And I'll probably sell it like a zine by itself. You can either purchase the whole thing together or piece by piece. That's how I'm gonna do it. So this whole first thing is an introduction to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. What is the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence? Why the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence? Who the hell is Cassandra Faye Floyd, and why she called herself the daughter of the Fates? What is the vision? What is the mission? Why do we say that we do not cast spells, we cast conspiracies, that we do not pray, we conspire? That's what's going to be up in here. This is going to be the moment that we are in. Pluto, aka Oya, in Aquarius till 2044. Pluto in Aquarius, Oya meets Shango. And this is what's representative of the moment. So this first section is going to be called Crowning the Crones. This is why we've been talking about Saturn since December 21st on the winter solstice, because Saturn is the crown. Saturn is the great. This is her time. Why is Pluto synonymous with Saturn? Because all of the iconography of those 3 outer planets were taken outright from the primordial, hidden in plain sight goddess. Why is Saturn so important? She literally is showing you every day the microcosm that is the macrocosm. Saturn, unlike any of the other planets in our solar system, is shaped like our galaxy, is shaped like the universe. She's the only planet aside from Uranus, but Uranus is an oddball, that has the rings that always remind you of the macro and the micro, all the mirror image, reflecting each other all the time. Who is Saturn? It's us. Why the rings? The Venus Willendorf. The Venus Willendorf look like Saturn. She thick, she thick up here and she thick down here, but she big round here, round the center. You know what I'm saying? Rings around her boobies, you feel me? Ring in her belly, you feel me? She's always trying to remind us. Crowning the crowns. And you see I got that little cute Venus of Willendorf right there on the floor. This is not my piece, so you'll see on the side the title of the author of this image that I used, right? The next section is going to be about when you first arrived. So it's going to be called Welcoming the Goddess, from newborns to teens. Not just girls as the goddess, boys as the goddess. Why do I say that? Because in the beginning, we are all female. Isn't that what Barbara Moore told us in The Great Cosmic Mother? That the first trimester, we are all female. That even Y chromosome bearing embryos are indistinguishable from female to protect their lives against their mother's immune system. We are all female in the beginning. That's why we welcome the goddess. That's why we welcome the goddess as newborns to preteens prior to puberty. The next section is going to be the bleeding healer. This is going to be specific to girls when they are transitioning into menarche, when they are doing their first shapeshift. You feel me? As the bleeding healer. So I'll be talking to you about the ritual that I participated in with the White Mountains Apache, where they still exalt girls as the embodiment of the goddess, their creator goddess, White Buffalo Calf Woman, and how everybody, all the men, all the women, all the two-spirit people have a massive festival. There were 400 people at this 11-year-old girl's bleeding ceremony that I went to on the reservation, and how it is extraordinary because the entire community is invested in this moment, in this girl's life, the bleeding healer, and also the contradictions that come with that as well. But I digress, right? The next section is going to be revering the true shapeshifter. Who is the true shapeshifter and why is she the shapeshifter? That moment that the bleeding person, the bleeding baby becomes mother. The moment that the baby, the maiden, becomes the mother, it is not her alone that is being shaped and shifted. She is literally giving birth to a whole new human. And at the same time that she is being changed, she is literally being renamed. She is no longer maiden, can no longer be maiden again. She is forever transformed to mother. But not just her, the evidence that we are the weavers, that everything, every place we go into, everyone is automatically changed by our presence in the space. But in this particular process, when maiden becomes mother, everyone in her entire bloodline, both sides, is instantly changed. She is literally reshaping everybody in her bloodline in both directions the moment she gives birth for the first time. The moment she gives birth for the first time, she is changed to mother. Her mother is changed to grandmother. Her grandmother is changed to great-grandmother, and on and on and on. Her father becomes grandfather. Her grandfather becomes great-grandfather, and on and on and on and on and on. Any siblings that she had, and she may be the first to have children. All of her siblings become uncle and auntie. In an instant. She is literally not only being shape-shifting herself, she is literally changing the identity of everyone related to her all the way back to the first of her line, revealing the true shapeshifter. That's your mama. That's your mama, right? Welcoming the return of the prodigal son. This is going to be the section that I talk in depth, real deep, get real personal, and so we can create the opportunity together to re-welcome the return of our wilding sons. Those sons sick and drunk off the poison of patriarchy. What is the process that we must create for them to welcome the return into the village, but not at our expense, not being the superheroes to them, giving them the ammunition, the information, and the tools. Remember what, look, I got to do this. I know I always do this, but I always have so much to say, and it's important. Remember, I'm always talking to you about this symbol here. This is the mother, this is the son. The harmonious union between divine feminine and sacred masculine is represented by the harmony between mother and son. Period. Forever until the end of time. Okay? But when we were talking about this as medicine, because I told you this is a diagnostic tool in traditional Chinese medicine, this and the 5-pointed star, the 5-element star, are not just ideas. You can employ them in real time in a clinical setting to diagnose where the deficiencies are, where the disharmonies are within the person who is both yin and yang, so that you can know which treatments, therapies, and herbs will shift the imbalance back to a state of homeostasis, right? But in the book I was reading to you guys from, it was saying that in this harmonious relationship between mother and son in your body as an individual, as a sovereign over your universe, the harmonious relationship between mother and son is described as the, let me not misquote it because it's so good and it makes so much sense when talking about how to re-embrace and welcome the return of the prodigal son without granting some bullshit absolution that does not resolve the conflict that exists between males and females and the extended conflict that extends out to all those others, right? Where is that? And I was thinking about this yesterday when I was writing it. I was like, oh my God, yes, it's so simple. Why did I make this shit so complicated? It says here, damn, where my eyeballs at? I'm gonna change the title of this live. We're already two hours in. I know y'all want to hear me read the book, but I'm not going to read the book this late into the live. So what I will do is after we get off of here, y'all don't have to come back on. Y'all can watch it another time. But as soon as this one is over, I'll repost. And I won't do no openings, no intros. I'll just tell y'all how to give me money. Okay. As a matter of fact, this is a great segue. So if you want to contribute to the work of building the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, there are many ways that you can do that. Let me give you the email for the temple first. The email is EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That is EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. You can use that email address to send a Zelle or a PayPal. If you want to send Venmo, it is Cassandra, Cassandra-Floyd, Floyd. Or if you want to send a Cashapp, it is $DaughterOfTheFates, FATES. So those are the ways that you can send a monetary donation. If you are watching from YouTube instead of IG, then you can do a super chat or a super thanks, and I will shout you out. But please put cute little squishy dancing emojis and shit. I love that shit. It does make a difference for me. I know, but it does. Okay. You can also become a paid subscriber to my YouTube channel. I think there are 7 tiers of subscriptions. So check that out and become a monthly subscriber to my YouTube channel since they have been shadow banning the fuck out of me. Become a paid member because they're not going to let me get any more basic subscriptions. My subscriptions haven't gone above 4,600 people in 3 years. It hasn't moved. And they keep telling me, we're not shadow banning you. We don't do that. Bitch, you lying. Because I get anywhere from 12,000 to 25,000 views a day. You ain't going to tell me that I got 4,500 subscriptions, which is what is required for you to have to even get your paid monetized, which mine has been monetized for 3 years. So I'm not gonna self. It takes too much mental energy to self-censor. So I'm not gonna do that. So what I have to rely on is like ads and your subscriptions, paid subscriptions to the YouTube channel. I think that the least expensive one is like $5.99 a month, and I think the most expensive one is like I want to say like $108 a month. But read each description, because some of you have not even contacted me, because I don't have your email address just because you are a subscriber. So you have to reach out to me, EvoEmeTemp @gmail.com, to say, I just became a member and my membership tier says I get a poster, or I get a t-shirt, or I get a framed picture, or I get a reading, or I get a discounted reading. And I don't care how long you've been a member, if you have not called it, because there's so few of you, there's so many members, but so few of you who have said, oh, I just became this tier member, and it says that for my first reading, I can get half off or whatever, because I do divination, right? That's the other thing, EvoEmeTemp @gmail.com, if you want to book a 30-minute or a 60-minute divination session with me. Also, I'm not currently doing, I was doing 1 hour wellness consultations. I can't. Until I get a secretary or an assistant, I cannot do that anymore. I really want to, but that's why I share so much with you medically that you can use for yourself, because it's too much. Until I have a process where I can divide, I can like disseminate a division of labor where I can piece off some of this work that I'm doing. The wellness consultations, just because I'm not putting my hands on you, are taxing. They are taxing, and I cannot do that. So right now, I'm not doing wellness consultations, but I am still doing very deep and thorough divinations. Book a session with me, right? So EvoEme, put divination in the subject header, and I will send you the details on how to book a session. We also have an Etsy store, DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. I have the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. You can purchase, and that is a ritual. So it's not just the actual conspiracy that we speak. There is a ritual associated with it. All of the details are on the Etsy store. I have a score of books for sale for pennies on the dollar on my Etsy store. I have spiritual tools like meditation wands, all that I make by hands. I have dope ass, fly ass jewelry that I make, and talismans like this scarab and snakeskin talisman that I made. So you can go to DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com to get powered up on any of the number of things that I have offered there. I have not yet, and I have not forgotten. Like I said, the last 72 hours have been pretty intense for me, but I will be posting it now that I have a level of relief on my spirit. I will be catching up with some of these what's the word I'm looking for? These commitments that I've made about putting new product on the Etsy store, and also posting the book club information. Not book club, the book studies, not even the studies, the temple studies, because we're going to be all over the place. We're not just going to run through a straight book. Although right now I'm reading The Architects of Existence. I think there's 6 books, maybe 7 books that I've read on my YouTube channel. And we will be talking a lot about the Architects of Existence, but you see how I move. Something might strike me in a moment and I'll pick up the Great Cosmic Mother, or something might strike me in the same moment and I pick up, myths and secrets or symbols and sacred objects. So even if we're primarily in the temple study going to be focusing on the Architects of Existence, the reason I'm not calling it a book study is because this is going to be just like your Sunday school or your Wednesday study group at church. We're going to be covering a lot of bases and making this shit organic. So you're not just taking in information. As soon as you get the information, you can like tangibly apply it in your own life and out in the world. This is how we're going to be learning. Okay. It's going to be more like a political education than it is just philosophical back and forth. So yes, the architects of existence will be the primary focus of the temple studies for the time being, but I will be frequently referring, like this book I'm about to read to you about the prodigal son and everything. But anyway, let me just finish the housekeeping. So I have about 40 of these frames that I was like, damn, I really want to do something with these frames. And I was like, I'll just do kind of collage type of things, but not deep collages like the collages I do, just like kind of basic, powerful images or sayings and shit that people can have in their house that is inexpensive. So, and then I write personal conspiracies with either gold, copper, or silver along the boundary. If you want for me to do that, it's not required. I'm not going to charge you anything extra to write a conspiracy on your thing, right? So this is a quote from the Emerald Tablet, which I thought was beautiful. I love the way they have the image on the emerald on there. And then this was some wrapping paper from the White Mountains. The White Mountains Reservation had a museum on the reservation, and they had like gift paper that I was like, ooh, that gift paper will look good. So anyway, that's one, right? I'll be posting these on the Etsy store probably tomorrow. I've already got pictures of everything. I went to my storage unit, and I keep everything. I'm a double earth sign, so I literally keep everything, right? And so I found these old skateboarding magazines that I had as a kid. When I say a kid, I was obsessed with skateboarding from like 10 years old to about 18 years old. So that's how old these magazines were. I was like, damn, I forgot about these skateboarding magazines. Let me go through this. Because skateboarding back then had awesome logos, man. Like, I was obsessed. Awesome logos and shit. And I found a skateboarding magazine that was like from maybe 89, 80, 88, 89. And on the front page, it had the old, there was a skateboarding company, I don't know if they still exist or not, called Powell and Peralta. And they just had the dopest graphics and logos, everything obviously pre-internet, graphic design, all of that shit. I always loved this. I might actually keep this one. I always loved this logo. I don't know why. It seems crazy, but I always loved this logo. This was their most famous logo. It's called the Screaming Hand. It was a brand of products that they had, Screaming Hand, like nuts and bolts for the skateboard, whatever. And I found the Screaming Hand. I was like, that shit is going on one. It's fire. It's fire. And I love the wrapping paper that I used in the background. I got it from the reservation too. In that fire, I don't know why I love that damn logo so much. But anyway, I wrote a conspiracy on that one too. Right. And so these are all one of a kind. So when I post this, it'll just be this one, obviously. I don't know. I might keep the Screaming Hand though. It's like super nostalgic for me. And then the Emerald Tablet, I only have one of those. But this is new. I started printing out our temple logo. I don't know if y'all can see it. You know what? Let me just grab it. One of my acupuncture clients is an artist, and I was looking. I'd had the logo drawn, like conceptualized for years, but my art skills that way, painting and drawing, are nowhere near what they were when I was in high school. And so I had been looking for somebody to conceptualize produce what I've been conceptualizing for the temple logo. And so this is the painting that she did for me. I had to explain everything. She didn't know anything about any of this stuff. But as soon as I explained it, she was like, damn, wow, whoa. And so this is what she came up with no context, with no background for any of these symbols. And every detail that I mentioned to her, she did. So if you look up close, you'll see grass, you'll see trees, you'll see all these strikes of lightning all throughout it, right? You see these pretty little kind of weird triangular looking. Okay, so when I do this, my hand goes in the opposite direction than what I'm seeing on the screen. So it's always fucking me up. Okay, so these little shapes here. So because I'm a child of Oya and Shango, my head is supposedly, when I got read, my head is ruled by Oya and my heart is ruled by Shango. And here we are in a Pluto in Aquarius, Oya Shango. And I'm told 20 years ago that my head is ruled by Oya and my heart is ruled by Shango. You see how shit just comes together like that? So anyway, I'm telling her all this stuff, and that Oya is the mother of radical storms, winds of transformation. So all of these little quote things, these are all tornadoes. These are tornadoes because one of her names, Oya, is she who eats the trees from the top. So she put the trees in there because a tornado will literally rip the trees out of the ground. She who eats the trees from the top. Shango is known for the lightning. So she is the storm, the tornado, the tempest, whatever. He is the thunder and the lightning. You feel me? And so she incorporated every seemingly small detail into this. And I only sat with her one time to help conceptualize what I wanted done. And then, and then the sigil in the middle is the cosmic egg. It is the sigil for the cosmic egg. So this logo was my personal interpretation of if you were to go now and Google the cosmic egg, especially like in Greek mythology, you will see an actual egg, right? And you will see a serpent wrapped around the egg like that with her head coming up, right? And so what I wanted to do was that concept of the cosmic egg with the serpent wrapped around it, but using the sigil. This is an Aramaic sigil for the cosmic egg, and using the Ouroboros instead of the serpent wrapped around an actual egg. So this is the interpretation. This is the logo for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence that I went right away after she finished the painting and got tattooed on my abdomen without the storms and stuff, just the serpent and the sigil. And so anyway, I'm going to post these. I'll post unlimited of these on the Etsy store. So you can have your own. This can be the center of an altar if you want. This can, so whether it's an ancestral altar or which I need to do now that I'm speaking it out loud, I want to make a corner at least somewhere that's just for my mom. So I have my altar, which is a wall size altar with all my father's side ancestors on one side and on my mother's side ancestors on the other, but have a living altar that is dedicated to my mama. But anyway, so you can also get your personal, and if you want, you don't have to, but if you want one, I can write your conspiracy on the side in gold, copper, or silver, or if you want, I can autograph it and shit. Feel me? So there you go. That is going to be new. The zine, I've changed the release date. So the release date I'm organizing an event. So y'all will hear about this in the next 3 days or so. I have, after this, I've been planning it, but I really didn't want to put anything out until I knew I was going to have a place to live after court this morning. So now that shit is out of the way and I am safe, I've been given a grace period of 3 months. So I have 3 meetings this week with different club owners who have said they would, upon hearing the story, would be willing to let me use their space for free to throw a fundraising event. I have 3 of the 4 people that I have reached out to perform at this fundraiser that we're going to have food vendors, merch vendors. Each performer will get a merch table where they can sell their product after they perform. I'm talking to this brother about doing a self-defense demonstration during the event. It's going to be a 5-hour event on May 2nd, Saturday, May 2nd. And that is the weekend of Cinco de Mayo. So I'm doing the event from 12 noon to 5 p.m. So that, because this city takes Cinco de Mayo real serious. So I didn't want to contend with people's like nighttime turn up party life on Cinco de Mayo weekend. So we're going to do from noon to 5 p.m. Whole ass event. I've already got the sound guy. People have really shown up. I'm offering to pay. So I'm like, but the way I'm going to be able to pay is to make sure that we come together and raise the money that I want to raise, so that a percentage of that goes to making everybody has volunteered. Everybody said, I will do it for free. And I don't want to get in the habit of doing that. I don't want us to do that anymore. As a matter of fact, I was thinking today, I was like, we got to stop calling it volunteering. We have to stop saying that, because, of course, I'm going to Google the etymology for volunteer. And I'll tell you about that in a minute. Let me finish telling you what I'm telling you. So that's an event that I'm planning for May 2nd, where I have 3 of the 4 performers that I have approached or reached out to participate in. I'm going to tell you, if this event goes off the way I am certain that it can, I'm going to make this event the main organizing tool of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I'll still do, like, I know I haven't done a ceremony with you guys in a long time, but I want to get back into the habit of at least quarterly doing a big ceremony where it's live on location, but I stream it. Make sure that it's available for you all to stream and participate in. But this thing that I'm planning as a fundraiser for my housing situation, as soon as I started thinking about it, as soon as I was telling y'all about the documentary I heard about Black people in New York doing rent parties to support each other all these weekends, all these houses, everybody would do these rent parties and say, okay, this week, all the money is going to this person over here or that person over here. I was like, we should really do that shit big. There's 77,000 nonprofits in the city of Los Angeles, and a great chunk of them are like the kind of nonprofits that I support, that I agree with. I know their work. I know their integrity. I was like, is it a way that even as we're doing our own individual work, we can come together to shame the state through doing non-bureaucratic work on behalf of the homeless or the near homeless, right? So if this thing works out the way I'm certain it will, and the way I'm planning the event, and so many people have already reached out about it, and all I've done is put the idea out. I haven't typed anything up yet. I haven't done the Eventbrite yet. All I've done is started talking to people that I know personally that might be interested in performing the event. And people like, damn, this is a great idea. This is a great idea, right? And so I said, what I want to do is, if this event goes off the way that I want it to, I want to continue to exploit the momentum of the event. Because at first I was like, maybe I can do it quarterly. But I was like, nah, I'm organizing this event in just a few weeks, which I never used to do. I would never throw an event if I couldn't plan for it 3 months in advance. But I've literally been getting so much feedback, and I've only been putting this out a week. So the event is going to be on May 2nd. And so riding off the momentum of the first event, looking for new performers for each event. And what I'm saying, and what I want to promote it as bypassing bureaucracy. Bypassing bureaucracy, and like maybe something in addition to that. Bypassing bureaucracy, community, there was some bypassing bureaucracy, parties with purpose, or parties with purpose, or something like that. And so I want to have kids sections in there, people consolidated to like teach crafts or something to kids that come, make it all ages, of course. Have food vendors, merch vendors, have practical application workshops between the performances. So like after a band set is over, okay, we gonna take 30 minutes to show you how to can, jar, and preserve your own foods in the event that shit hits the fan, or gonna show you easy, simple self-defense techniques that can help you escape, an aggressor that's much bigger than you, or whatever shit seated in between each cultural act. And then the requirements to get the funding, right? So my ambition, not for this first one, but for everyone after that, is to raise $20,000 per event. And all that we will require of you to get this money. So what I'm thinking is make the goal $20,000 per event, and then choose 2 families, people, individuals, whatever, to from anywhere in the city. Don't give a damn about your zip code. I have qualified for funding from 3 organizations that have told me, oh, you are outside. Even though you have the zip code, your actual physical address is 3 blocks outside of the area that we service. That was one denial. Meeting every single other of the requirements, living in the zip code they say they serve. Well, when we put your, we have the money that you're requesting, but when we actually put in the information for your application, you live 3 blocks away from the area that we service, even though your zip code is the same. That happened. It was so much bureaucracy. It was daunting. It was really demoralizing, right? So I was like, fuck it. How do you expose bureaucracy? You create the opposite of bureaucracy. So when we do these, bypassing bureaucracy, parties with purpose, you feel me? Let me put that down. This should be just coming off the dome like that, bypassing bureaucracy, right? That the only requirement, I don't need to see your checking account. I don't need to see your savings account. I don't need to know your blood type. I don't need to know your zip code to see if we can help you, even though you live in the goddamn city. Do you know how many organizations have told me that because the median income of West Hollywood is considered middle class, there are hardly no services available for my zip code? I was like, but ain't they poor people that live in this zip code too? I know them. I live in an apartment complex full of them. This is rent controlled. These is working class people. What the fuck is you talking about? It's just going to be really difficult to find assistance for your zip code. Okay, so bypassing bureaucracy. And I'm going to tell you something else. This is how all of this money is going missing. All this money, $24 billion with a B dollars specifically for the homeless community of Los Angeles City, just gone. We don't know. In 5 years, $24 billion unaccounted for, just gone. But I got to give you a blood donation, my blood type, how many kids I got, you feel me? How many people I done had sex with. You need to know my whole life story to give me $2,500? I said, This thing, I'm not going to say I needed it because don't nobody need this shit, but it is still an experience that I will use to expose the intricacies of the eviction to homeless pipeline. You feel me? And so bypassing bureaucracy, parties for purpose, all that I will require is a 3-day pay or quit or a copy of the eviction that is within that's within like the last 4 weeks or 6 weeks. Because typically they move this shit fast. Baby, I'm telling you, man, just this past December, I saw on the city's website, this past September, the month of my birthday, September alone, this city completely evicted 6,933 people in 1 month. 6,933 people in 1 month. 72,000 people served with evictions in the last year. 245,000+ people served with evictions since your beloved Negress became the first Negress mayor. 245,000 people served with evictions in the city. And every time you go to the courthouse, there's nothing but a giant, massive ass hall of Black and brown people, single mamas with little bitty babies, old people with walkers and all that shit. Okay, so I said, how can we do this in a way that is not dehumanizing, demoralizing, and purposely be trying to make people feel stupid? to listen to the way these lawyers was talking to people, child, this shit is monstrous. So anyway, how do we bypass bureaucracy? And in the bypassing of bureaucracy, shame the state. There is not a problem that exists in this here city that should not be easily resolved. When the daily income, the daily, what do you call it? The daily wealth generation in the city of Los Angeles, not the county, the daily, every day, 365 days a year, the daily wealth generation of this city generates $86 million a day. Did y'all know that? This city generates $86 million a day. It's the fifth wealthiest city on earth. In the fourth wealthiest economy over nations, California. Fourth wealthiest economy on the planet. And you mean y'all can't solve a single problem? We successfully housed 1,400 people this year in a city with 65,000 street homeless people. We successfully housed 1,400 people. We successfully housed 7,000 people in 4 years. Do you know an article came out this week that says, contrary to all this bigging up she doing about all these people that she didn't got her policies and got people out the street, that they just did this statistical analysis saying in the last 4 years, these 7,900 some odd people they done successfully housed, 42% of them are back on the street. That as soon as the cameras ain't rolling, they're like, y'all niggas on y'all own. For the first time in the history of this city over the last 5 years, for the first time in the history of Los Angeles, the majority of the people that are homeless are Black. For the first time ever. For the first time ever. And Black people only make up 8% of the population in Los Angeles. Now they are the majority of the homeless. So with these parties for purpose that I'm going to be promoting, obviously the first one is the fundraiser that I'm throwing for me to get myself out of crisis. But I was like, this is going to be it. While everybody ain't going to be down with goddess worshiping ceremony, everybody ain't going to be down with what I'm talking about. Everybody ain't going to be down, with seeing their mama as God or no shit like that. Everybody can be down with this. You ain't got to be a dues paying member of the temple. Child, my ego is not invested. You feel me? You what do I say? I call y'all honorary members because you got a mama, but y'all ain't got to be a dues paying member. This is I'm hype about it. I've been hype about it all day. Like, yeah, this is the thing. Nobody is articulating the seriously insidious nature of what is homelessness in Los Angeles. Homelessness is not caused by the homeless. Homelessness is not caused by the homeless. Homelessness is not caused by the homeless. The homeless that still have to pay 10.25% on everything they buy. Sales tax is 10.25% in the city of Los Angeles. I want to find a statistician. Anybody up in here know a statistician, a PhD statistician? I need to find a way to collect the statistics on the 65,000 homeless people in Los Angeles who are having to buy deodorant, and because 74% of the street homeless people in the city are working more than 20 hours a week. 74% of the people living in tents are working part-time jobs, many of them working full-time jobs. But 74% of the people living on the streets, living in their cars, are working minimally 20 hours a week. So I know what they buying because I was homeless in this city just because I was like, I'm not going back to Alabama. I'm not going back to Florida. This is my home. So I'm going to sleep in this car because I ain't made no plans. I came out here to visit. But fuck it. We in here. I can sleep in my car. I got my little tent and everything. I got my little sleeping bag and everything. Let me stack this cash so I can get a place. That was I didn't have to be homeless is what I'm saying. But I slept in my car the first 6 months, I think, that I was here in Los Angeles. I did the same thing that 74% of the homeless people do in this city. Everything that I owned was in that car. I had my car pimped out. My sleeping side was on one side. My little drawers for my little toiletries and this and that and this and that was on one side. I had my little gym membership to get my shower every day. I had my mop and my bucket and my broom because I was cleaning houses. I was gig working. And I stacked enough cash in 6 months to get myself a place. And everything that y'all buy, but because you got a house, you don't have to go shopping every week. You can go shopping once a month. But when I was living in my car, I had to shop weekly. I had to keep a cooler because I didn't have a refrigerator. You know what I'm saying? Like all of that shit. I want to know how much money is generated by tax-paying homeless people who are working and being taxed both on what they purchase, sales purchase, but also being taxed as they still got to file taxes on the work that 74% of them are doing. They still got to file income tax. I want to know, first of all, everybody in the country that's in any kind of position of leadership politically, stop acting like homelessness is your charity project. The money that comes into every city is based on the statistics in that city of blight and homelessness. So first of all, it ain't your money, bitch. Second of all, you ain't doing nobody a favor. This is your fucking job. Third of all, stop acting like homeless people cause the homeless problem. It's parasitism in this city that causes and increases this problem. Parasitism, period. Okay? So anyway, parties, the bypassing bureaucracy, parties for a purpose. Every single one, the minimum goal is going to be $20,000 to be divided evenly between the people that come to us and present. They either 3-day pay or quit or their actual eviction, and even maybe have all of these 14 organizations I've been talking to since the end of December, trying to get help from, maybe having them come and set up booths to streamline a productive way for them to get help instead of being all over the place trying to figure this shit out by themselves. This shit was demoralizing. This shit was fucking crazy. You feel me? So maybe that's what I need to do. I need to write that down. Reach out to all the stay housed LA and all of this shit. Reach out to all of these people to set up outreach tables so that we can streamline how people can get the help they need. So and I don't know if y'all are familiar with the concept of a susu. It's an African concept. It's really big in the South, where it's like you have a set number of people. I'll give you a short version of it. So say you got 10 friends, right? And y'all, so a susu is like a collective economic, like, commitment that you make to that everybody gets addressed in the thing, right? So an easy susu, to give you an example, is like, say you got 10 people, susu, not a susu, susu. So say you got 10 people that say, I want to be a part of this susu. And say, we'll start off with something small like $10. So the commitment is that there's 10 people in the susu. Every month for a year. So say it's 10 people. So for 10 months, every month, every person is going to put $10 in the susu. Every month, they're going to come together and like put all the names in a hat and draw a name. Whoever's name gets pulled, they get the whole pot of the susu. And their name is removed. Once you get it, your name is removed. That way it ensures that everybody in the susu within the next 10 months will get the whole pot. After you, quote, win the susu, you still pay your $10 a month until everybody in the susu has gotten the full amount of the susu. So you pay diligently because you don't know. By the time your name get pulled, you might have an economic crisis, and this money is right on time. Now, that's the easy version of understanding it. It is a good faith commitment that a group of people commit to. So it's easier to do when you set a time limit. We're going to do this for a year, test it out, whatever. If after a year, we'll make this ongoing. But it is a way to always have like this money, these resources available to everybody that commits to the susu, right? So that's an easy version of it. In Atlanta, prior to the Olympics that decimated the deepest, oldest stronghold of Black resistance and home ownership and property ownership. The Olympics in Atlanta decimated West End. Decimated West End. That's what it was for. It's always, gentrification projects are always about busting up strongholds of political unity. Always, 1,000% of the time. Okay. So West End, when they saw the writing on the wall, like I'm trying to tell you, this shit that I'm telling you about, the disappearing of people, the heavy-handed policing, the ICE raids out the fuck of nowhere where 15,000 people were swept off the streets in 3 months. This shit is an orchestrated, and they will try to distract you with a whole bunch of shit. This shit is we 2 years out from the Olympics. This shit is the slow, insidious ethnic cleansing that always precedes the Olympics. Every city where the Olympics has ever been. Every city. The increase of the violence of policing, the disappearing of people off the street, the premature deaths that are seemingly unrelated, all of this shit. Every single one is ethnic cleansing disguised as political issues, problems that we must figure out how to solve. This is ethnic cleansing, and I'm telling you what it's about, right? So, so when this was happening, when they already signed the contract for the Olympics to be in Atlanta, and of course it was slap dab in the center of the densely most Black populated area in Atlanta, people started developing susus. Black people in West End started developing susus that were, they were calling them mortgage susus. The shit was radical. Atlanta, fuck what you heard. Even as these motherfuckers are really rapidly gentrifying Atlanta still got a hardcore, deeply entrenched, revolutionary gangster community that's going. If any place is going to make it hard for for gentrification to be complete or successful, it's going to be Atlanta. It's going to be Atlanta. Atlanta is a problem. Okay. Anyway, so 3 years out from this thing that they saw, the writing on the wall that they saw, all of these people and organizations started building creating mortgage susus, y'all. And because what gentrification does is deliberately drive down the value of the areas that they are trying to gentrify so that they can end up buying these people's homes for pennies on the dollar. They deliberately drive down the property value in the area so they can scoop up everybody's shit. And they always target old people whose mortgages are already paid. And so people was like, okay, while these houses are low and they don't know what we're doing, we're going to create these mortgage susus. And those who have the ability to invest a minimum of $1,000, and all you need is $2,000 to $5,000 as a down payment on a home, on a mortgage, while they're forcefully driving the prices down on the property value of the houses. And these Black people were scooping up in organized susus, scooping up houses like they was going out of style. It was brilliant. It was goddamn brilliant what they did. West End is still being gentrified, but it was not successful because Black people saw the writing on the wall and started right away scooping up every house they could find. All right, it's Sister So-and-so time in the susu. So if there's 20 people in here and we've been paying our $1,000 like we supposed to, then she is going to have $6,000 or $100,000 or whatever it is to use as a down payment on this house. They were scooping up houses like it was brilliant shit. It was brilliant work. It really needs to be studied what they did in Atlanta prior to the Olympics. So that's what I was thinking about when I was like, all right, when we do this bypassing bureaucracy parties, and I still want to pay every musician. I know so many people that would volunteer, that would do it for free. But we have somebody search the etymology of the word volunteer. I looked it up one day. I was like, fuck, another word we can't ever use again. Somebody search the etymology of the word volunteer and paste it in the chat so I can read it. Because as soon as I read it, I was like, we got to call it something else. So thinking about that, thinking about what I'm trying to build, I came up with a word that we can use instead of fucking quote volunteering. Ritual reciprocity. That's what I'm gonna start calling it. We don't volunteer, we practice ritual reciprocity. I'm going to give these hours, I'm going to give these skills to this project that I am down with, or that I love the idea and I have some skills or some time I want to contribute to that, because I know that spirit has got my back. For everything that I put out is coming back to me. This is spiritual ritual reciprocity. Everything that I put out, I know is coming back to me. And so this is my way to say thank you to spirit before I even get mine. Ritual reciprocity. Every time you are engaged in some quote political work, political campaign, political organization, ritual reciprocity. Whatever I am contributing that can change a person's life, no matter how seemingly, minimally or nominally, I know that this is the way that I can tell the mother that I am thankful for the ways that people have shown up for me, and that I am thankful ahead of time for the way that I know people are going to show up for me in the future. Ritual reciprocity. Somebody search the etymology for me, because my other phone is dead. I can't do it. So let me read some of these comments y'all got over here on IG. I go on one and get into a zone, and so I have to go back and shout y'all out and read some of y'all comments. So let's see who up in here. Knowledge Born Allah, that's my homie, that's my ace. We need to do another interview soon. It's been way too long. Liberation Mystery School, Reverend Brianna Lynn, what's up? Kayla Strong Taylor, thank you for joining. Space Ecstasy. I hope I didn't butcher that. Space Ecstasy, thank you for being up in here. Allegria Sochi, I think that's right. Thank you for being up in here. IG is making it hard to keep. Yes. IG be, particularly my feeds, IG be really with that bullshit. Thank you. Oh, Salami. Oh my God, it's so good to see you. We should catch up. Akaye, thank you for being up in here. She say, or they say howdy. I don't know if it's male or female. In the beginning, we're female first. Yes. So if you're interested in knowing more details, download the PDF of, you don't need it, it's everywhere, but download the PDF of the Great Cosmic Mother for free. And the very first sentence, the very first chapter is, in the beginning, we are all female. It is a beautiful, poetic, scientific explanation of what begins a discussion, the scientific basis for what becomes the hostile ritualistic takeover of the first ritual, the first ceremony, the first temple, the first church, which is menstruation and childbirth, right? It's fire. Okay. Ascending Libra, Wood, Chief Toby, man, it's been a long time, bro. We might have to catch up. We might have to go get coffee or something. It's been a long time, bro. It's good to see you up in here. Natalie Fossbender, hey, how you doing? Let's go. That's very cool, very creative. What's the energetic effect on drawing? Not really sure what you asking. Louisa Flips, greetings. Thank you for being up in here. Who else is up in here? Hold on. My IG is acting funny. Oh, my arm. Mixin Trina, thank you for being up in here. I'm a photographer. I would love to collaborate for free, but I'm in Chicago. Well, okay, Akaye, let's talk. Email me at EvoEmeTemp and put your IG name in the header so I can know who it is, and then put photography, right? Awesome. Let's do that. Let's go. Saria Edan, what's up, girl? Hope everything is awesome in New Orleans. Sounds like so much fun. So creative. Sounds like your own version of a Disney trip. That's funny. Make this happen, sis. I'm this is the kind of energy we need. Absolutely 1,000% yes. Let's see what y'all talking about over here in the YouTube chat. Sage Page, Nina Lanagra, MCD 3000, everybody in the room, 34 Miss Green, Royal Gets It, Ancient Mamas again, thank you for the donation. Holistic Harmony, thank you again for the donation. Thank you for the love, boo. You were supposed to come to LA on the 28th and you didn't come. So when you coming, Holistic Harmony, you were supposed to come on the 28th and you didn't come. So when you coming, call me and let me know when you coming. Okay. Let's see. Bayoni, what's up? Java Watson, always and forever. I saw the email that you sent about the fireball. I haven't read it yet because today was a day of days, but I'm gonna catch up on my emails with y'all. Let's see. Java Watson, Lavina, Poet, Empress, let's go. Thank you for bigging up my mama. Dominique Williams, welcome to the live. Who else up in here? Grace, the Empress, let's go. Do me and blessed. 0789. Thank you for being up in here. Hold on. What you said? I was a child in Atlanta when the Olympics came. What? Not volunteering. Let's see what Shanta J, aka Holistic Harmony, has to say about volunteering. So I can tell you how you are daily casting spells on yourself. Volunteer. The etymology of the word volunteer means to enter into service of one's own free will. That's not the etymology I was looking for. Offer or give of one's own free will. That ain't it. Let's see. Original derived from French volontaire, Latin voluntarius, meaning one's free will. That ain't it. That ain't the one I found. Described as a person. Nope, that ain't it. You know what? Try it this way. Search the Hebrew etymology of the word volunteer, because I told y'all that when I search etymology, this is some tricky shit, this wordplay. When I search etymologies, first I will say etymology of the word or the name, this and that and whatever. Feel me? General. Because when you search the general etymology, typically it's going to give you the Latin origin or the Greek origin or the Old English or the Old French or some Proto-European origin or dialect. That's it. When you search etymology, that's all you're going to get. You will never see, as a part of general etymology, the Hebrew etymology for the word. So I will search first the generic etymology of a word, and then that same word, I will search the Hebrew etymology of that word. And typically, your mind will be blown. And the reason Hebrew is, I am watching this guy. I have to tell y'all his name. I don't remember his name right off the top of my head, but he is a Jewish scholar who teaches, that's his whole YouTube channel, is teaching Hebrew etymology, but not just Hebrew etymology. He goes into these long dissertations about the evolution of the Hebrew language, and its most direct lineage is most direct, not as exclusive, but its most direct lineage in terms of the formation of the letters being Egyptian hieroglyphics. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing, this guy's page. I'm gonna remember what the name of the guy's channel is, but search like on YouTube, like I don't know, like learn Hebrew, or like, because he primarily focuses on Hebrew, but I've actually heard him do these long, dope origin of other languages. because all of the languages that he talks about the pictographic origin of all the modern letters of those languages. All of them have pictographic origins, right? So what we call hieroglyphics, pictographic. All of them have pictographic origins, and he talks about the transition from the pictographic origins to the modern letters of whatever the language is he's talking about that day. But because he's Jewish and he has a PhD in like Hebrew language or Hebrew studies or something like that, the main videos that you'll see of his is teaching about the origin of the Hebrew alphabet, how it evolved, and its most direct evolutionary relationship is from Kemetic Egyptian hieroglyphics, and how the pictures changed into what would become the Hebrew alphabet, and to show you how if you understand, like if you are looking at the actual images of the letters that make up the Hebrew language, they can actually tell you the meaning of the letter itself. His page is dope. Like his page will have you geeking out. Okay. So anyway, search the Hebrew etymology for the word volunteer. Because I know when I searched it, my knee-jerk response was like, damn, I can't use this word no more. The Hebrew word for volunteering is hidnadvut. Also has connotations. That is not what I read. Damn it. I'm gonna have to find it because I wrote it down. I'm gonna have to, but the etymology that I found said to be of servitude, or to be in servitude, which is different than to say to be of service. Somebody search the etymology, both etymologies, Hebrew and basic etymology of the word service. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I searched volunteer and it took me to service because that's what it's talking about. Service, like willing service or whatever. Search service real quick for me. Search both the Hebrew and the basic etymology of the word service. To be in service to. Maybe that's what it was, because I keep hearing all of these astrologers talking about, we have to, like, this period is really important to be of service. To be of service to others, to be of service to others. I hear it like a mantra, to be of service to others. How can we be in service to humanity, of service to others? I was like, I don't know. That shit don't feel right. I don't like it. Look up service. Maybe that's how I got to service, was searching the etymology for volunteer. Do that for me, please. And and I guess the reason I'm saying that is, again, going back to this party, this really dehumanizing and invasive and demoralizing way that when you are placed in a position to need help, this kind of condescending, the experiences that I've had, this kind of condescending. Why do y'all learn to do that? When y'all start working for the state, when y'all start being like social workers, is it a part of your course learning? Is it a part of your course curriculum? Is how to make this shit as complicated and demoralizing as possible, how to deliberately belabor some shit that should be able to be done quickly, and then on top of it, how to insult the intelligence of those that are having to ask for help in this way. It ain't your money, bitch. So why you got an attitude with me for asking for it? You say right here on your paper you want to help me stay housed. Why you got an attitude when I tell you I need some help to stay housed? Is this your money? One particular person that's just working at a front desk as the intake person? Why you got an attitude with me that I'm here to ask for help? Do you have stocks in this office? Like, what's your problem? Do they teach that shit? You feel me? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And so, and somebody else, are y'all gonna help me out here with these etymologies that I'm asking for? Because my other phone is dead. I would look it up myself. You said service is a celebration of public religious worship according to prescribed forms or methods from the Old French of service, an act of homage, servitude, service at the table, mass or church ceremony from servitium, from Latin servitium. This what I'm talking about, holistic harmony. We had to go all around the earth to get it. Service from the medieval Latin, okay, which is the oldest. The medieval Latin from the word servicium means slavery, a condition of a slave. Also, slaves collectively. From the word service, servus, the Latin service. That's what I was getting at. It means slavery, a condition of a slave, servitude, or also slaves collectively. Stop saying service. Stop saying I'm going to be of service. We got to find another word. I don't even say volunteer no more. I'm saying, and I'm sticking with it, ritual reciprocity. And I'm going to teach it to everybody that I'm talking about. Now, I will not volunteer, but I will offer ritual reciprocity. I sure will. Do that mean we got to pay you? No. That means I recognize that I am saying something that energetically is different. It is a pre-gratitude ritual for what I know is inevitable. For every action, there is an equal reaction. For everything that I put out, I will get back tenfold. This and that and this and that. And so it makes me feel good that I can have physical, tangible acts and ceremonies of gratitude that I can contribute to the mother. In helping this person, I'm saying thank you to the mother. In helping and doing this program, this and that, this and that. In the act, I am saying with my actions, this is an expression of gratitude. This ritual reciprocity I'm doing over here, these are rituals of gratitude. That's what they are. Okay, we have to change everything. We got to change everything. Feel me? So anyway, let's see. So is that why they have an attitude with people in need? Is it because they are in service and they don't want to be? Probably they ain't getting paid. People who are desperate, they probably got funky attitudes. But I'm up in here desperate, bitch. You ain't desperate. So keep your attitude for somebody else. I'm up in here desperate. You ain't. So don't be making my life complicated when you ain't got no stocks in making this shit more difficult than it has to be. You feel me? So anyway, all of that, the bureau. Somebody search the etymology for bureaucracy for me. Somebody search the etymology for the word bureaucracy. Do that real quick. So in bypassing bureaucracy, parties for purpose, 2 people every month. I don't need to know nothing about your life, period. I don't need to know what district you live in, what area code, zip code you live in, because you may be 3 blocks away from us being able to help you, even though you qualify on all these other points, because your physical address, even though it's in the right zip code, is outside the area of the people that we can help. I don't need to know none of that shit. We're going to tell you a week. We're going to make the announcement a week before every party for every month. This is going to be my work. And so the main good thing coming out of what has been literally hell, the good thing that I can see clear as I'm speaking it out loud that can come from it is this can be the thing that everybody, no matter what their denomination is or what they believe about God or anything like that, can see clearly how we can come together and create a ceremony, create a ritual, create a process where everybody gets something, from the babies to the elders, all ages, and have something for everybody. And in the enjoyment of the moment, they are simultaneously saving somebody from homelessness or near homelessness. And so come a week before, submit a week before the party. It'll probably be the same day every month, so everybody starts to recognize the consistency in the pattern. A week before the event, every month, submit your 3-day pay or quit or your eviction, and no questions asked. I'm not going to ask you for your phone number. Sure, I'm not. I'm not going to ask you for your address. I'm not going to ask you for nothing but a piece of paper that says your name or somebody in your household's name and a threat to be tossed out of your home. The goal is going to be $20,000 split between two people, aka families, every month. That's all. No complications, no rigmarole, no bureaucracy. No, the one thing I did say this, it keeping in the spirit of ritual reciprocity. The only request, and it's not even a demand, it is going to be a request in the energy of ritual reciprocity. The only request that we will make, and we won't force it. You know how to do the right thing. The only request that I'm going to make is that every family that receives, and keeping in the energy of the Susu too, any family that receives, and that's another thing, we ain't going to ask you about your family size and do you have enough kids to qualify for help, because there's single people that need help too. You feel me? So none of that shit. You have the document with your name or somebody related to you's name on the thing, and these two documents, that's all you need. That's all you need to bring. And we choose the two for that month that's going to get the thing and quickly start organizing for the next month event. So if you didn't get in the next time, you are likely to get in the next time, the first time, get in the next time. And the only request that we will make of those families that have received the money is that they help organize the following event. One event, and that's all that we require. Practice ritual reciprocity, not volunteer. Practice ritual reciprocity by showing up in some capacity at the next event to pay it forward, to secure them resources for somebody else. You feel me? Putting out chairs, set up breakdown. You feel me? You got some skills. You know how to make some stickers or some flyers or some t-shirts or shit, whatever. That's the only thing that we will not require. We will request. That's why I'm not going to take your phone number. You can take mine and you say, I'm going to be there next month. Or you can take your little money and leave and be like, fuck that. I got what I needed and I ain't participating. Still no harm, no foul, no judgment, boo. It's what it is. We have to change the world, and we have to do it in a way where people can see how realizable it is. And let me tell you what got me started on this. I was thinking about, because I never did it, but let me just mention it right now. I was thinking about a live that I wanted to do entitled We Did That Shit. That's what, so I'll talk about it a little bit now, but maybe I'll just do one long live called We Did That Shit. What do I mean? I was literally going down my own personal memory of the ways that simultaneously the state that we pay, everybody that works in the state, we pay them. They are employees. All the way up to the president. Everybody that is in a position of political, quote, power are our employees. But we steady begging them for some shit that belongs to us, even as we paying they bloated ass salaries. So I was like, all right, what these parties can do, what an event like that's, man, my idea is starting to fuck up. So if I end up knocked off of here, just know I will see it and I'll open up a new live if you want to come back, or you can join us over here on YouTube at DaughterOfTheFates. But when I'm always talking about building institutions of dual and contending power, that's what this is. When I'm talking about bypassing bureaucracy, I'm talking about building institutions of dual and contending power. If you know that that bureaucracy is the thorn in everybody's side, how do you counter bureaucracy? By exposing bureaucracy and building the direct opposite of that. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to ask you for your phone number. I'm not going to be texting you or calling you saying, you know, you did commit to helping us with the next event. So are you going to come? Are you just late? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Because what I'm trying to do is expose bureaucracy while at the same time creating a streamlined way to help solve people's problems without being dehumanized and demoralized in the fucking process of asking for help, right? So you grown, you feel me? If you need help, look, all we want is for you to come to the next one, you feel me, and show up in some way, even if it's just something as simple as putting out the chairs or whatever. Cool. That's it. That's the only requirement. And what this is going to do, I hope, is to start building bridges among individuals and nonprofits, so that once these nonprofits come together on a regular basis, like you still do your work over here and over here, but once a month, you're going to contribute as a nonprofit in some way to the securing of the success of this event. And what you do in the process is build your own base. You build your own base while contributing to this one thing that all these nonprofits doing all this different type of work can get down with. This is a good ass idea. And I want my organization to be tied to it because this is brilliant, because we did that shit. And we have evidence of how this works. We have evidence of every time the state fails us in a disaster, guess what happens? Everybody in the community shows up immediately. No questions asked, no plan. Everybody comes to show up. So even this bullshit that they've been feeding you strategically over the years about, like, when shit hits the fan, people, you ain't gonna be able to trust nobody. Everybody's gonna be trying to take what you got, and you have been bombarded with zombie movies and post-apocalyptic movies of how we gonna start eating each other, and women are not gonna be saved, and this and that, and this is bullshit. It's literally actually bullshit. That even people who may not, quote, like Mexicans or like Black people, when these fires happened in this city last year, and the damn everybody, it was like the police chief and Karen Bass for 3 days was absentee. They're like, damn, why this 3 days this girl don't know there's a fire in the city? She ain't said no. The first press conference was 3 days after the damn fire started. No police. Everybody was like, where the goddamn police? Ain't nobody gonna direct traffic. They telling us to evacuate, and this shit is mad chaos. Where the fucking police at? It's a myth. In the 3-day absenteeism of apparently the whole state apparatus in this city was just absent, just gone. You feel me? In the first 3 days. But guess what happened the first day? The very first day, regular, everyday people, not even tied to organizations or nonprofit, regular, everyday people, business owners, church members, not the churches, church members. Day one, people started organizing fund drives, organizing resources, saying, I'm going to close my business for a week. So people who have lost anything, if they need clothes, if they need food, if they need shoes, I'm going to close my business and make my business a place where people can make donations. We'll make donations from our business, and people can identify this as a place where they can come and get their immediate needs while we're trying to navigate through the fires itself. This, and nobody talks about it because the devastation of the impact of the fires is still so fresh. We have to remember all of the times where the state failed us, and in the absence of the state showing up and doing what we paid them motherfuckers to do in a crisis, people immediately, the first day, the first minute, people immediately show the fuck up. Where the state fails, we show up. We did that shit. And we have example after example after example after example, so many examples of people not saying, okay, I'm only going to help the Black people. I'm only going to help the white people over here. Let everybody else work out what they got going on. Or they is the ones really getting it. So let's go over there and steal their shit while they down and out. All this shit they be showing you in the movies about how human beings are just, what is the word, man? Goddamn. Are inherently fucked up and parasitic. It's not true. And all of these movies about all the ways the world could end and apocalypse now and all of this shit, and how you got to be careful and you got to prepare when shit hit the fan. You feel me? You got to have a fortress around your house and all is bullshit, because we have real, live, real-time examples of every time there's a crisis, the state always fails us. Always, always, always. They're like, damn, we ain't out here to do this shit. I mean, we say we is, but we just want these, 6-figure salaries while shit cool. But when shit go down, like the boy in Texas, what's the old ugly boy in Texas? What's his name? The old ugly boy in Texas. When that damn crazy ass freeze happened in Texas, what he did, while telling everybody to shelter in place, while all of their electricity is going off and they are freezing, his ass go to Mexico. Y'all stay where y'all at. But me and my family, we gonna go to Mexico. Story after story after story about how the state fails to do what we pay them six figures to do. Story after story after story. And simultaneous to them stories after stories after stories is story after story after story that should give us that should encourage us, that should embolden us, that should make us brazen in our audacity. That's all right, because where the state fails, we always do that shit. We always show out. We always show up. Hell, y'all dragging the fuck out of Mexicans right now. And it was just last year where all these Mexicans were coming across the Rio Grande to help search for those missing little girls from the goddamn camp during the floods. It's like, y'all be doing that fucking bullshit with us, but guess what? We still human beings. We still grown-ass men who give about human life. And so we have the tools. We have the know-how. We gonna come across here and help y'all find y'all babies. Oh, y'all forgot that, though. When y'all was championing this bullshit just a couple of months later, talking about get them in the raids, get them. Every time. Katrina, the disaster in Katrina would have been 1,000,000 times worse if regular people who was like, fuck what the state say, because they were saying, George Bush was saying, don't nobody go and help. We're going to have the National Guard blocking off the bridge so can't nobody come up into the city and help the black people that we warehousing in the damn stadium. We ain't going to let y'all in. We ain't going to let y'all in. And people heard what that motherfucker said, fuck that, this lunatic. And I was there renting Greyhound buses, renting whole like charter buses, filling one charter bus up with nothing but supplies. Hundreds of people from around the goddamn country. White, black, brown, red, yellow. We don't give a fuck. This is crazy, and nothing like this should be happening in the United States of America, goddamn it. And if the state ain't gonna show up, guess what? We got it. We did that. The catastrophe would have been light years worse had people not said, fuck the state, fuck what all this bureaucratic bullshit, this jargony ass bullshit they spilling. These are human beings in the most catastrophic event we've seen since the decade started. And if they ain't going to do it, that's all right. We got it. Story after story after story for the last 25 years of the state perpetually failing us. We, without a plan, organized among communities saying, if anything happened, this is what we going to do. There's spirit saying, we got to do something. And it's like everybody at the same time say, damn right, motherfucking right. How can we create food shelters? How can we create a whole list? People were springing up, I'm telling you, overnight. Whole websites going up overnight, directing people to where they can go to get what they need. Instantly, the city showed up. This city made me proud. This city reinvigorated my hope during the fires. It was extraordinary. It was extraordinary. This is a city of artists where that's what people do to live. There were people from all over the city, from the wealthy to the working class, saying, I got extra instruments. I know there's a bunch of musicians out here who may have lost everything, and that's the way that they are living as artists. So I got an extra piano over here. Somebody need a piano? They were creating whole like Facebook Marketplace. They were creating whole websites that look like Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace just for musicians to get replaced what they lost in these fires for free, no questions asked. We don't need to know nothing about your life. Bring a picture of your instruments, bring a picture of your studio, bring a picture of your house burnt. We'll give you what you need. No long ass application process that takes 3 weeks to approve. My homeboy Kevin, who is still considered housing insecure, lost his family home in this goddamn fire and lost everything. Lost his home. His car was parked in the yard. His car gone. You feel me? And baby, within the first month, every instrument except the organ that he lost in that fire was replaced. No questions asked, no money exchanged, no commitment you got to make to us, none of that. We have the extra. How can we help these musicians so that their lives are not doubly compounded by not being able to continue to make money for themselves through the art that allows them to do that? It was really radical watching that shit unfold in the city. And so that was also the basis for this. Like, yes, I went through the whole bureaucratic process of trying to secure this help. But the whole time I'm taking mental notes. No human being should have to go through that shit. No human being. I don't give a fuck who they are. I don't care if they're drug addicts. Stop doing that. Stop using drug economy to villainize human beings that deserve a place to live. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. I don't give a fuck if they're smoking crack to pacify what is an extraordinarily traumatic experience. It's fucked up. I don't give a fuck what they have to do to try to eke out some type of dulling of the tragedy that is to live on this planet and be told you are not worthy of the bare minimum security of a place to live. This shit is madness. And so what we need to do is what we have always done. You don't have to believe what I believe. You don't have to believe in the goddess. If you give a fuck about what's happening in this city, and you know good and damn well there is no incentive from any of these people running for office or in these places outside of the bureaucracy that they've established, and your ass is doing the work that you do as a nonprofit, all these small nonprofits struggling by themselves in a particular area because they are convicted to change the world, but don't have the human resources or the material resources to make that shit pop. Use this as a centralized location where whatever your bag is, you can feed into it and expect that it is in return going to grow what it is you're doing on your side of the city. That's it. And y'all ain't got to pay me shit. Y'all ain't got to do shit, because I'm convinced that this is what is going to build the temple. Show up the way you do anyway. Show up the way we always do when this motherfucker fails us. And I'm telling you, this I feel like this is the seeding. I feel like this is the seeding event. I thought it was going to be my bid for mayor, but I had to concede. I had to concede. I cannot do this. Not like this. I cannot do this. It felt like a lost opportunity. I was embarrassed. I've been on the ballot since December. You know what I'm saying? And the kind of work that I did with the woman whose campaign I managed and how much we were able to make happen. Fast. But when it's me, the face, me, the front and center, me, the candidate, oh, y'all listen to me when I'm just the negress supporting the white woman. But when it's me by myself saying, no, I got it. I'm going to do it. Now I need the same enthusiasm. I need the same 33 motherfuckers who, as soon as I made the call, was like, yeah, we going to do that. I need the same motherfuckers who was like, I need a crash course in the entire demographic history of Los Angeles from 1982, which was when this city had its last black mayor. From 1982 to today, I need a statistical breakdown for every single solitary year of how the demographics in this city has changed across the board and the impact of the demographic change on black people in the city. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's going to take about 2 weeks for them to galvanize all that information and put it in a spreadsheet. And it was like 4 Jewish kids. And they was like, Miss Cassandra, they was all young. They was younger than my kids young. They was like, Miss Cassandra, you want us to email you this thing that we did? I said, what thing? The demographic thing for LA from 82 to today. I said, y'all done already? 48 hours later, I had an immaculate spreadsheet factoring in federal census, state census, and local census of how the demographics of this city has changed from 1982 to 2022 at the time. They're like, yeah, we did that shit in 48 hours. You got something else for us to do? But when I make the call for me as the face of this contest that needs to be staged, crickets. I was like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to drive myself crazy doing it. It's obvious that me running for mayor is not the mechanism to put out a line that is radically different than what people are accustomed to hearing. We're so accustomed to hearing the shit that we can't even scribble outside the lines a little bit. Our imagination literally held hostage in our own head. Every contest we make, every narrative we speak is something that's been spoon-fed to us since we was children. Even us revolutionaries who think what we saying and what we visualizing is so radical. Baby, you still coloring squarely inside the lines set before you. For example, like, what you mean? How is your political understanding different than anybody else? You want me to give you an example of one of the platform points on my platform? I was like, ending gentrification It's not going to happen at the hands of those who create the policies that secure gentrification. I said the way we're going to have to secure gentrification is what white people would call reverse racism. What you mean? What I say reverse racism is not quote people of color being racist towards white people. That's not what I'm saying reverse racism is. I'm saying reverse racism is a process organized by the marginalized to reverse racism. See how I did that? For me, it's common sense. There is no such thing as reverse racism. So what they be talking about? Because everything is about stealing. Everything is about securing wealth at somebody else's expense, all across the board. And if you recognize that, that's why I'm always going off on y'all about why I don't really ever talk about racism. I always talk about white nationalism. This speaks to something different than just racism. White nationalism is the mindset that's not peculiar to people born with white skin. All of us have varying stages of white nationalism, and white nationalism is a direct byproduct and offspring of patriarchy. White nationalism would not exist without the pre-existence of patriarchy. You feel me? And so when you say that, and then you talking about, see, you just being a reverse racist because you say that white people can't say nigga. The fuck? You just being a reverse racist because you say there is some kind of culture appropriation when culture belongs to everybody and we got a right to take that culture and use it too. What? You a reverse racist when you say I hate white people, though you have a material experience and a limited language that would help you express something more politically astute than I hate white people. But this is your still very valid response to the ongoing assaults by one group towards another group. What? There is no such thing as reverse racism as been force-fed to you as a narrative, and I'm telling you by your enemy. Your adversary, your enemy is seeding this shit in your skull. Every day, all the time. Playing both sides of the line, fucking sliding hands ass shit. I'm the devil and the Jesus and angel. I'm the good cop and the bad cop at the same time. You have to recognize sleight of hands, and it's everywhere in your face all the time. So I was thinking about it when I was writing out my platform. I was like, I'm going to have on my platform a policy of reverse racism. First of all, it's shocking, right? So it'll grab your attention. I am going to have as a platform point, establish policies of reverse racism. See how I did that? Because we always talking about the problem that we got is systemic racism. No, it's institutionalized white nationalism, and that is different. It speaks to something different, so the solution would have to be different. You see what I'm saying? It's not institutionalized racism. It's not systemic racism. It's institutionalized at birth. Institutionalized white nationalism, and if you want me to be more specific, patriarchal white nationalism. Okay, so I'm like, oh, how can I articulate this? Because we know, all of us, the ways that, quote, systemic racism have negatively impacted marginalized communities in general and Black communities in particular. You know, everybody up in here knows about redlining. And redlining being a policy of not only economic and wealth theft, but also of political advantage, of strategic political advantage, right? Everybody knows what redlining is. Everybody knows what 60 years of redlining has done in terms of decimating Black thriving communities, right? So I was like, what would be the reverse racism answer to that? I was like, we can call it like purple lining. And what would purple lining be? Let me tell you what I wrote, right? That if we are going to simultaneously stop policies of gentrification in their tracks, while at the same time reversing the harm done by gentrification, aka eminent domain, aka whatever. I said, reverse racism on my platform would be creating institutional policies to undo the impact of systemic racism or institutionalized white nationalism. So the reverse racism isn't like me being racist towards you. It is to reverse the impact of racism. See how I did that? You feel like they be doing it to you. that you come up with a culture and you come up with a word like woke or awake or staying awake or staying woke, and then the whole of the white world hijacks the shit because of its popularity and its algorithmic popularity, and turn it into something that now you be getting what do you call it? They attempt to shame you. They attempt to guilt you, gaslight you into not using the word no more that culturally your ass been using since who's the blues singer? Howlin' Wolf? No, Robert Johnson been using since the 1930s about staying woke, and now all of a sudden they can hijack your shit because algorithmically it's popping, it's popular, especially since the coming out of the Matrix, and now they turn your shit into something to use as a weapon against you, to validate bullshit and ass ideas that everybody just accept as holy writ. The fuck? So I said, okay, if we see what they do, then we do the exact same thing. They're always talking about reverse. Meanwhile, the average, not the extremely wealthy, the average white family in the United States of America collectively has 10 times more wealth than the average working class black family in America. That shit didn't just happen, bitch. So fuck you and your reverse racism. What reverse racism is what we as marginalized communities in general and black communities in particular must do for ourselves. Because the creators of redlining, the creators of eminent domain, the creators of all of these policies that are strategically bleeding you to death under the auspice that it's legal what I did when I stole your house, right? They aren't going to be the ones to address, undo, and reverse the harm that these policies, even after they can go back, and look, say 50 years ago, damn, this is real fucked up what we did. Oh, well. And that's it? No, we have to change everything. And it starts with the way we change the narrative, change the language, use the strategies used against us. And when we use the strategies, they're not malevolent. When we use the strategies, they're not parasitic. When we use the strategies, they are based on integrity and not exclusion. So when I said, this is what I said. I said 100 years of redlining, gentrification, wage theft. So white people be always talking about, I'm not a racist. But did you go on a job and in the intake in your job, they say it's our policy that employees cannot discuss their income with each other, their wages with each other. And white people are like, okay, because they know that's code. The reason that all these companies have this strict code about not discussing your wages with each other. White people were clear what that was about. Oh, okay. That means we don't need to say no shit because generally we gonna be making more than our black, brown, red counterparts. Okay, mum's the word. This is how you participate. So stop acting like you innocent. Stop acting like you innocent, man. You have to take responsibility if you want your white skin in the world to be absolved from a banner of bullshit. Your white skin is not the cause of your behavior. It is the big ass white tumor in your skull that is responsible for your hate behavior. And that shit can be resolved. That shit can be undone. But as long as you internalize that people's discomfort, distrust of you in space is because it's because I'm white, isn't it? Meanwhile, white people in the United States of America as a whole are the wealthiest people on earth, including the working class and poor white people in this country, because they are always going to be the good, strong, unwavering soldiers of billionaires in the bourgeoisie. So even as their economic conditions ain't changing none or getting worse, as long as we can be white and not nobody else, we'll do what the bosses say. Fuck it. As long as they treating us better than they treating these others that we got to work with, we'll comply. We will comply. You feel me? And if you're not ready to face that, you want what you want from us. That's the thing. It's like the most racist white people are the ones screaming the most about wanting proximity to black people. Well, I want to be a rapper too, and I want black friends too, but you're still a white nationalist. You're still a patriarchal white nationalist who wants access and proximity to blackness without ritual reciprocity. See what I'm saying? You want what you want, as the parasite you have been turned into. Because that's the thing I'm always empathetic about and lamenting about, is these cute little squishy white babies. They are innocent too. They are clean slates, innocent too, not predestined, predetermined to do fucked up villainy. Everything they learn is learned behavior. Their deep longing that comes out as rage, that comes out as violence, that comes out in all these malignant ways, the seed of that is still a deep, deep longing of belonging. It is a deep, deep longing that they're looking for everywhere in their malignancy and all the rest. But what they're longing for is a return. That's what they're longing for, a return. They're longing for the re-embracing of. So anyway, I say, okay, redlining, how do you solve 100 years of redlining that was strategically to steal wealth and to deny access, right? How do you do that? I said, we're going to call it purple lining, and it is not race-based. It is strictly income and wealth-based. Income and wealth-based. So what's the purple lining? If it's income and wealth-based, you establish a median income for each community or district, right? And so say in this district, the median household income is $65,000 a year. That's the median income, right? Or better yet, in some of these poor communities, the median income is anywhere from $35,000 to $49,000 a year with everybody in the household that's working. $35,000 to $49,000 a year. That's the median income for this community over here. You feel me? Then until the economic condition collectively changes in that district, no one, whether they are the ethnicity and race of that community, let me clarify. No one except the predominant race in that community, no one that makes more than 10% above the median income, who is worth more than 10% of the median income in that community, they cannot buy property, they cannot buy a home, they cannot be sold a home. But my friend is Mexican and he said I could buy his house. No, the fuck he can't. No, the fuck he can't. If his wealth value, if his wealth portfolio is more than the 10% of the median income of the average family in this community for the next 10 years, nobody that is outside, 10% outside or above the median income for this community, they cannot own a business in that community. They cannot get no grants to start no nonprofit, that bullshit y'all be doing in that community. They cannot own no home, buy no home in that community. They damn sure can't live in that community. I don't want to see no more white women jogging through the goddamn hoodest of hoods in they little jogging outfits with their baby stroller. I just want a house in the neighborhood. Hey, neighbor. And y'all still don't know she a pioneer? You feel me? No. And you ain't going to be able to say it's racist. No, because it's going to strictly be based. And why is that strategic? Because y'all possess collectively 10 times the wealth of Black people who have literally been here as literally to the date as long as you have been here. It's a statistical impossibility that this just naturally happened and naturally unfolded. So until we solve it, because there's no incentive for you to solve it, none of you motherfuckers can buy no shit. And your ass got a goddamn $1.2 million portfolio and you just want to live it, because what they're doing is the reverse of what they were doing during redlining in the first place. You niggas can't live in our neighborhood. It was just plain then. You niggas can't live in our neighborhood. But now all of a sudden, you're so jolly keen to go live next to Black people. So it is reverse what they was doing with the same impact. We don't let them move into our communities, but what we will do is move into their communities. We'll send some scouts. We'll send some pioneers that are super friendly, because that always destabilizes people. It always catches them off guard when people are super friendly. Hi, I just moved into the neighborhood and I want to bring you a pie. Just, to introduce myself to the community. Hi, neighbor. They'll be super, super nice while knowing that their function is to be a scout or a pioneer. Now we don't have to worry about them moving into our community because we make it so with the collective wealth we have stolen from them that our communities are way too expensive for them to live in anyway. So that's done. We ain't got to do redlining no more. We just steal all their shit and it becomes our collective wealth. And then we can jack the property value of our homes up to ensure that they don't move into our shit while at the same time feigning like we're so super progressive. And so I'm an artist or I'm a musician, and so I'm going to go into the cheap side of town. I only came down here because it was more affordable and I'm poor too. Knowing that your ass is a pioneer, knowing that your ass is a scout, because what is going to follow is the very deliberate, insidious, slow, collectively organized takeover of this community. We don't want y'all living in our community, but at the same time, you have done with this community, and so now it's attractive and not scary, and so we want that. That's ours. And all we got to do is send some white girl who's super friendly to live in the hood for a little bit. Come to the neighborhood barbecue. Thank you so much for inviting me to the barbecue. And 5 years later, the community that existed for 50 years is gone. No sign of it. No trace. You think I'm lying? What the 5 boroughs look like in New York now? What the 5 boroughs look like? What the Central Main Street in St. Petersburg, which was a giant stop of the Chitlin Circuit, Ella Fitzgerald, Charles Mingus, everybody who was being refused to play at any of the clubs in St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg, the black side of town, had a thriving Main Street, all the juke joints, all the clubs, posh hotels that they could stay in because they couldn't stay nowhere else. That whole community is gone, decimated, no memory of it. That's everywhere in this country. Name a place. How do we do it? The city council. Our city council says that we have a specific median income, and for the next 20 years, for the next 50 years, until we solve the economic crisis imposed on us, can't nobody from no community, the only people that can buy property in our community who makes over the 10% median income are people who look like the predominant people in the community. Because LA is the most segregated city I've ever lived in, but it's segregated by culture. It's ethnicity, but culture tied to ethnicity. That's why there's a Koreatown, and you'll be hard pressed to find anybody walking around Koreatown, owning businesses in Koreatown that ain't Korean, and don't nobody blink twice about that shit. Yep, that makes sense. There's a Chinatown, same thing. You'll be hard pressed to find a black or even a white business in Chinatown. They're like, this Chinatown, bitches say they're right there on the side, say Chinatown. Why are we gonna let somebody that ain't Chinese own some shit up in here? Now you might be able to rent and not be Chinese, but you can't own shit up in here. This our little piece. You can't own no shit up in here and your ass ain't Chinese, and don't nobody blink twice about that shit. You feel me? And it goes on and on and on. There's a little Armenia up in this shit. There's a little Bangladesh up in this shit. What other towns they got up in here? A little Russia up in this bitch. They got a little Germany right up here in this bitch. And the general, completely unchallenged assumption is that if this is little Germany, the majority of the businesses and the majority of the properties are going to be owned by Germans or the descendants of Germans. That just makes sense. Meanwhile, South Central LA, Crenshaw District, that has been the most densely populated black district in goddamn California, is now 81% Mexican. All that wealth stolen. Because if you drove 650,000 black people up out of here, and now the 93% black Crenshaw District, South Central, the 93% black population, and the majority of the of the land and the properties owned and the businesses owned up until 2000 was black owned, and now there ain't nobody black on the city council for that district, and the majority, there ain't too many places you can go in South Central and in Crenshaw District where every business, the majority of the people, that the McDonald's on the corner right before you get to Lamert Park, which is where the black people go every weekend to make money in the street fair, every single solitary employee in the blackest part of this city, right there at Lamert Park, every employee is Mexican. Not only are they Mexican, unfortunately, they are the Mexicans that have an obvious disdain for black people. They are rude, notoriously rude, short, condescending, right there in the blackest area of the city. You feel me? So I was like, look, purple lining is not race-based. It's income and wealth-based, based on the median income of the majority of people that live in that area. So if 93% of the people are black, you feel me, and you want to move into this black area, but you ain't black, then you have to meet the requirement of not making more than 10% of the median income. It's not to say you can't live in the black neighborhood. It's to say that if you are not black in a predominantly black district, this requirement is non-negotiable. Your ass must be under 10% in terms of your collective wealth portfolio, under 10% of the median income of that community. If you are black and you are over that 10%, your ass can buy property because your blackness is going to sustain the circulation of black dollars in a predominantly black district or Mexican or whatever. The problem in this city that's really huge is the orchestration is not as in your face as it used to be, but the basis of the organization of gang conflict among black and brown people in this city was to slowly seed policies of gentrification, to create this contest, turf wars between the two most poor communities in the city. I'm telling you, it was a slow, insidious process of implementing policies of gentrification under the guise, under the auspice of, quote, resolving violence, solving crime violence, that was being instituted by these same policies. And so the poverty, because there's still a lot of poverty in Mexican communities. Yes, there are a wealthy class of Mexicans in the city, but they are nowhere near the majority. There is still a lot of poverty among the Mexican community. And instead of doing outright policies of gentrification, what is happening is Mexicans are frequently being used as the new pioneers in these black communities, because black people up on game, white people can't move up in here all willy-nilly and shit. And so they use another poor, marginalized community and start funneling them into these relationships in these areas where black people are. And next thing you know, a 93% black Crenshaw district is now 81% Mexican, with no black representation in the offices of power. You understand? While the instigating of violence keeps the fucking the goddamn prison machine that all these motherfuckers are invested in. What's the Democratic senator's name that just admitted out loud that he invested $90 million into the prison system? Well, if you're going to invest $90 million, you obviously expecting to get a return on that $90 million. And so even if your ass is a Democrat, you're going to make sure to always back the policies that are going to ensure a return on your investment under the auspice of being tough on crime. And then you go into the communities and instigate the crime, use the pigs to instigate the crime that ensures, one, the simultaneous fresh meat required to give you a return on your investment, while at the same time providing the excuse for the deepening of harmful policies that can guarantee that in 10 years, there ain't gonna be no black people left over here and we'll own all this shit. All these houses they spent their whole life paying off on, their parents gave them or whatever. In 10 years, if we patient and do this shit strategically where it's not obvious, and we'll make it some inherent flaw of blackness, or these black people, these brown people just don't know how to resolve their own issues, so the police got to intervene and all of that shit. If we be strategic and gotta keep our head down, keep low key, and always be talking about policies of tough on crime and this and that and this and that, in 10 years we'll own this whole community. And it's clear as day if you care to see. And so you will stay beefing with the state based on the language, the narrative, and the idea that they put forward as the problem of homelessness, as the problem of gentrification, with no intention of resolving the problem itself. And you don't even create an idea that counters, a narrative that counters, a proposition that can be implemented when people of color run for these empty seats and say, well, look, I'm up in here now. You feel me? And so why we ain't think about this? One, why don't we undo these policies that have been made law under these prior administrations that are crazy as fuck and obviously hostile to the said community? Y'all don't even challenge policies that are in place when you take the office. You just act like, well, it's what it is. It's just the way it is. And so I said, okay, it's not going to be race-based. It's going to be wealth portfolio-based, right? And then 2, no one can purchase, rent, work. You can't even get a job in our neighborhood, bitch. Yup. You cannot rent, purchase, work, or own a business if they are worth more than 10% of the median income of the community, regardless of race or ethnicity. Because a lot of gentrifiers in this city are the most this is a quote, by the way. This is not me being funny. This is an actual quote from the mouth of an actual rabbi. People really don't realize that we are actually the most marginalized community in the United States, we Jews. So it makes sense that that all of this funding, these grants, this just happened last year, all of these grants would be made open to us as a priority because we, contrary to popular belief, are actually the most marginalized community in America. That's why I put and ethnicity, race and it, regardless of race and ethnicity. You understand? So that's what I mean. I know I got off on that, but I was like, this shit is genius. How come ain't nobody talking about this? Y'all motherfuckers all got these degrees. You go to school for law. You go to school, for politics. And to me, this is obvious. If we're going to counter the thing that's continually decimating all these marginalized communities, whether it's voting redlining or economic redlining or all of this shit, then just flip the script. Well, shit, we ain't going to call it blue lining because this back and forth between the red and blue, I'm telling you, it's good cop, bad cop. It's sleight of hand shit. We have to be able to divorce our shit from that. We got to do it. So, and it struck me when the white people who were the reds was talking about, we need a purple revolution. You remember that short little piece of time and people ground them up so bad, it was like, okay, that didn't work. They said, but we need a purple revolution. We need all of us to come together. All you people who voted for Trump, now you having an epiphany and you want to call for a purple revolution. We don't need to be talking about race anymore or whatever. I said, why they do that? Because I'm telling you, time is moving backwards and they trying to get the jump on what it is we doing. They trying to get the jump on what we're doing. I'm telling you, time is moving backwards. I'm telling you, time, like actually, I'm not talking about a metaphor. I'm talking about actually. Why does it always seem like they're 10 steps ahead of us? Because they split time, BC and AD. They split time and told us when the time started. And we don't know how much time passed between the AD and the BC. And then they just conveniently disappeared 500 years during the Dark Ages, and we just supposed to accept that what they tell us is time and the quote future is what it is, but they always seem to be 10, 20, 50 steps ahead of us, and every time you see something, you're like, but that's what I would have said, right? So why they say that? Why they talk, all these white people all of a sudden, all random, like talking about, we need a purple revolution. Bitch, fuck y'all. And who told y'all that? And what remote viewer, what trained CIA remote viewer peering into what is to come was trying to get the jump on a narrative that is synonymous with like the return to the goddess or liberation or whatever. And y'all trying to get the jump on the shit that y'all saw coming. I said, so we need to call it purple lining. It ain't about what you believe politically on the right or the left. I could give a fuck. If you say you ain't a racist, if you say that you are opposed to all these terrible things that have happened to black people or whatever, then you will see the logic in what I'm saying here. You will see the logic in what I'm saying here. And so for the next 100 years, Y'all asses can't live over here until we solve the problems created by you. And the only way that you can participate, in these communities is through ritual reciprocity. You come into our communities and say, on this day, I'm going to spend X number of dollars with these businesses to show in action, not in mouth, not in words, in action, that I support what these black people, these brown people, these red people are doing to secure their communities after we done decimated the shit. So me, white person, this is how I'm going to show ritual reciprocity. I'm going to make sure that once a month when I go shopping, I am going to spend 5% of my monthly earning to seed these businesses that my representatives have perpetually attacked and denied funding and resources to. I will make sure that little Africa that looks like it's been bombed with despair, that little Africa is just as thriving, just as vibrant, just as progressive as little Tokyo, as little China, as Chinatown, as Koreatown, and this and that and this and that. That all of these little towns that are bustling and thriving, and architecture is always improving, and everything's so vibrant and awesome, and everybody that's Asian owns, runs, and is employed in the shit. And all you see is white people, as far as the eye can see, spending their money with all these Asians in Little China, or in Chinatown, or Little Tokyo, or what's it called? Little Bangladesh, and this and that and this and that. And then you go to Little Africa, which is fighting for its existence. It is depressing and despairing. And you go down there and there's no seeding of resources. And we ain't asking no motherfucker for nothing for free, bitch. We telling you to unhand our shit. We ain't asking you for shit. We ain't begging you for shit. We saying unhand our resources as tax-paying citizens of the city that is the only community denied funding, denied seeding, denied the same access to success that every other Armenia town is right down the street from me. It ain't but that long, but it's always bustling. Always bustling. The churches in Little Armenia are like motherfucking Taj Mahals and shit. It's beautiful over there. You know what I'm saying? But we have to stage a contest. We have to come up with, this seems radical. But then when I tell it to you, like, damn, that really makes sense. That don't even seem like that outlandish. How come nobody ever thought about that? My whole platform was fire. But anyway, so it's gonna have to be part of the platform of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, because I ain't a candidate for the mayor anymore. But anyway, I know I went off on a tangent, but let's see. Oh, one thing I wanted to say. Where my glasses at? About this relationship. I know I went all over the place, but about this relationship and how we can use the medicine to create strategies of rituals of return for the sun. Rituals of return for the sun. So when I was talking to you as a fundraiser, the zine that I'm working on in this section that is called Welcoming the Return of the Prodigal Son, I immediately thought of what this thing here says, right? Let's see. Where is it? Here it is. It says the nature of the harmonious relationship between the mother and the son, or the yin and the yang, is yin remains inside to act as a guard for yang. This is the mother who generates the yang. She remains inside. This is your internal organs. The 5-element star I'm always showing y'all. This is your yin organs, right? So the yin remains inside. The yin is your blood. The yin is your fluids. The yin is your essence, right? The yin is your organs. The yin remains inside to act as a guard for the yang, and the yang stays outside to act as a servant for the yin. So if all of your yin substances remain inside to, quote, act as a guard for the yang, what it's talking about is if you have a healthy internal environment, you're getting proper nutrients, you're eating well, you're well hydrated, this and that and this and that. All of your yin organs are harmonious and happy. It's those nutrients, it's the health and the quality of those nutrients in the yin organs that are going to show up on the outside. What's the outside? It's the quality of your skin. It's the quality of your hair. It's the quality of your sense organs are based on the quality of the health of the mother, the yin, the internal, the blood in your vessels, the fluid in your vessels, blood in your vessels, the yin organs, which are all here in the trunk, and that and such, your muscles, bones, all of that is yin. And the health of the yin, the mother, the health of the mother is going to determine the quality of life for the son, who is what? And it says here that the yang stays outside to act as a servant to. What does that mean? How does the skin act as a servant to the mother? Because the skin is your first line of defense against foreign invaders. You heard? Your skin is the first line of defense from foreign invaders. Your nose hairs and nostrils, your eyeballs, your ears, your vaginal openings, your male reproductive organ openings, your rectal opening, all of these orifices that open to the outside world have all this extra protection still, because that's their yang behavior, is to protect the internal world, the mother, from foreign invaders, because that's the only way they're going to be healthy is for the mother to be healthy. So it's in your interest to defend and to serve the interest of the mother so that she can give you in return what you need to be strong and healthy and beautiful and lush skin and lush hair and great eyesight and this and that and this and that. See? So here you males have been, quote, serving and defending, right? Serving and defending really that which doesn't exist. Right? Because the internal world is not yang. Yang exists within the yin internal world. So you have qi and you have yang, but they exist within the context of a dominant yin or maternal interior. And your skin, your sense organs, the hairs of protection, the mucus, protection, mucus down there, protection from something coming in that wants to harm or kill your mama, which is the internal world. See how that works? This has to be the relationship that we hope to allow males to return to. The logic of it is in your interest to cover and defend and serve the mother, because when you serve the mother, she is healthy. When she gets what she needs in terms of nutrients and all of this stuff, quality oxygen, and you shield, as the nostril hairs, you shield the little tiny foreign invaders from getting in while she gets what she needs. It's only going to make your life better. It's only going to make your life better. So of course I want to protect the mama. Of course I want to serve the mother, because she's always got my best interest at heart. Good quality circulation and this and that and this and that. I was like, shit, here it was all the time. A deeper explanation is a harmonious relationship between yin and yang, aka the mother and the son, as the quote, harmonious union between the divine feminine and the sacred masculine. I was like, there it is, right there. Hey, right there, right? And then, so that's all I wanted to read from you. Let me put this back. But chime in. Does that make sense? When I'm talking about how do we establish rituals of return for the son gone rogue? Because there's different levels of rogue, by the way. There's different levels to it. There are some levels that are unforgivable, for which there is no absolution. But then there are many variants of the son gone rogue that for which there is redemption. So how do we establish rituals of redemption and return of the prodigal son, of the son gone rogue? How do we address, how do we cure, how do we address from a medical perspective, from a treatment perspective, the African what is the word? Anyway, the African saying, I forget the word I'm looking for, but the African saying that the child cast out from the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. It's still longing for the warmth of the village. But if I can't have the warmth as love, then I will accept the warmth as destruction, fire, brigandage. See how that works? I want the warmth of community. I want the warmth of love. I want the warmth of belonging. But if I am denied that, then I'll raise this motherfucker to the ground and light some marshmallows on the fire. Fuck y'all. Fuck all y'all. You feel me? So how do we cure that? As a condition, right? How do we cure that? How do we cure that without sacrificing or sabotaging our own selves? How do we create accountable and redemptive rituals of return of the prodigal son or the son gone rogue? And like I said, Jessica Giroux, I think you're saying the same thing I'm saying. Some are so far gone in their rogueness, there is no redemption. There is no absolution. They got to pay. They got to pay. And I ain't talking about money. You feel me? So that's what I'm going to be talking about here. I have some ideas about that. I've been obsessing about it for some time, about what redemptive rituals of return would look like, depending upon a number of issues. What will the redemptive rituals of return for the prodigal son look like when we are talking about white males and the rituals that we will have to establish peculiar to white males and their walk in this process to become redeemed? What will that look like? How will that differ from black males going through rituals of redemption and return? Because it will be different, right? How will these redemptive rituals to ensure the redemptive rituals of return for colonized men, for Mexican, for Native American, for Asian men who are marginalized, aka colonized people who have done dirt? What will be the rituals of return for them based on what their relationship has been in proximity to patriarchal white nationalism? How will these rituals look different? What will be the process? What will be the length and duration for these rites of passage, if you will, for that ensures while we are creating rituals of redemption and return for males, we are still totally protected, totally safe in space, while showing up in a way that is not in service to, that is not us being the healing mamas who just love the son, to create rigorous rituals of accountability, redemption through accountability, not absolution, rituals of accountability, rituals of rectification. You see, you can't just say all is forgiven and you can come back into the fold. No. One, just like y'all have been accustomed to doing, you know, especially you Catholics. I'm saying you ain't had no problem since 325 going behind a little closed door and saying, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned," this and that and this and that. You know, admitting your wrongdoing. And in admitting your wrongdoing in that setting, what you're asking for is absolution. You say it's forgiveness. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for absolution because absolution will help relieve you of the feeling of guilt. You looking to be absolved so you do not have to do anything to be relieved of guilt. See, there's no action you need to take. There's no process that you need to go through. You can go and admit your shit to some man that you ain't did shit to behind the closed door, and he say you are forgiven, just say 3 Hail Marys and this and that and this and that, and he never tells you need to go back to this person that you wronged, say your Hail Marys or whatever, but at the same time, you need to go to this person and you need to ask them, what will it take for me to make this right with you? You set the terms and I will comply. That's it. No questions asked, no but, none of that. If I have harmed you, if I have wronged you, I am coming to you as a part of my restorative process, as a part of my redemptive process, as a necessary requirement for the people in the community to trust me again, so that I will be fully embraced in the community. But they need to see my redemptive process. They need to see accountability in action on my behalf, not being forced, but saying, this is what I am willing to do to regain favor in my mother's eyes, to regain community with that which I have lost, to mend all divisions. But you have to see in action that I am what I am about. That this process requires me to confess, if you will. I would like to use a different word, but to admit, not because I'm feeling forced to or ashamed to, but because I really am serious about regaining community with what I've lost, with whom I've lost. And this is what is required. So I want to say before those that give a damn about my life, this is what I did. I have no excuse. It was wrong. And I know that it caused damage. It hurt someone. And I'm admitting this out loud, and I'm asking my community that I know give a damn about my life, what is the process that you would lay down as the necessary process for me to take accountability out in the open? And that accountability is what releases me of shame. That accountability is what releases me of guilt. It is me going to the feet of the person that I harmed and saying, my fate within the global family is in your hands. You are the one harmed by my actions. And so I am asking you, as the only judge and jury, what do you say it will take on my part to rectify the harm that I've caused, to redeem myself and begin a process and a path and a journey to reestablish trust and safety within of my presence within the group. You tell me what it is you think is right and just to rectify this harm that I have caused, and I will comply. That's it. No discussion, no debate. Well, what if we do it this way? That's what submission means. And you've done it for everybody else. You've done it for everybody else. You feel me? And so this is what we have to establish. And so I'm really excited about this section, welcoming the return of the prodigal son. I would like to show you this video, but y'all can just go and watch it. It's called, it's old. It's like 20 something years old. It's a South African band called Midnight Crew. The video is here on YouTube. It's called Midnight Crew is the name of the band. They're a South African band. And the song, I sat here and listened to this song 3 times, 4 times, maybe Sunday or Saturday. I've been listening to this song relentlessly for like last 20 years. And I sat here and listened to this song on repeat 4 or 5 times and literally cried every time the song played. Like I haven't heard the song 10,000 times. The song is called Surele. It's Surelere. No, MCD 3000. Let me see everything that you said. You said enlightenment, distance is relative though. What's far to you is not far to me. That's a personal one. I don't know what you mean by that, but best thing sometimes is to leave the village and walk down your own path. If all you do is cause chaos, you have to put them before you and walk away. Think it's meaningless, making them do something to prove themselves. That's not what I said. I never said to prove themselves. That's not what I said. Because what I'm implying is not about you, because anybody can prove some shit. Anybody can go through the motions of doing some shit and it not be true, it not be genuine, it not be redemptive. And we know the difference. We know the difference. We know the difference. Is this motherfucker putting on the show to get back in good graces, or are they genuinely about that life? That's why language is important. When a person takes it upon themselves to say, I want to rectify my behavior, and I am not trying to hide it. I'm saying it in front of the group. Whatever you say is what I will do. And then you are talking about personal accountability, not making excuses. There's a difference. You understand what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, MCD 3000, I don't know who you are outside of this, but like if we communicated directly or whatever. I said, but everything you just listed here, I think is meaningless, making them do something to prove themselves. Do you want to change the world? Do you want to end human suffering on earth? Men cannot do it by themselves. They cannot come to the right conclusions alone. That's why the shit looked the way it looked. Is we like, fuck me in, they got to figure it out. They cannot come, while patriarchy remains, they cannot come to the right conclusions on their own. They will always fall short. And what I'm talking about in establishing rituals of redemption and return, I'm talking about we set the terms and they say whether or not they're going to comply. There is a process where evidence, behavior will determine whether they were really about that life or not. I've been doing this shit a long time. And what in the party we called, that's why I called it, that's the other reason I called it ritual reciprocity and redemption, is because when I was in the party, it wasn't that. It was this whole hardcore dogmatist line of criticism and self-criticism. It was a political statement about, when you fucking up. Ain't nobody got to call you out for fucking up. You know what you did. You know what you did. You feel me? And if you don't want to be criticized by your comrades, and I'm talking about when I was in the party, if you don't want to be criticized by your comrades because they see what you did just like you know what you did. You know what you did. Ain't nobody got to tell you what you did. And the principal thing to do is to come forward with what you did to the people that you say you care about. Revolutionaries is going to change the world. My comrades shouldn't have to out me because I know what I did. I missed the meeting or I was late for the meeting or whatever. And I'm going to say, you know what? I want to be self-critical. I knew that I didn't have enough time to complete this project in a timely manner and meet the deadline, but I was being overly ambitious and prideful and an egomaniac. I was like, fuck it, I can do it until the last minute. And then now I done sabotaged the project and it is having an impact on all the work that we're doing. I want to take responsibility for that. And I want to see if there's a way that I can rectify the damage that I've done, not only to my work, but how it impacts all of these other projects over here. So that was a very sterile, non-emotional way to accept accountability, is to put yourself forward in the group because you love what you do, you believe in what you do, and you don't want to sabotage the future of our goddamn people, the future of the planet. And I hear the energy of what you're saying, and I recognize where it's coming from. But I just told you when I talked about the redlining thing, and we keep expecting the creators of the problem to solve the problem. And so we don't even be creative enough to say, this is the solution. We don't need them to solve the problem they created. There's no incentive in them solving the problem that we created. This applies to men. This applies to every single solitary, quote, man that was born a baby, that was born a son, that was born unblemished. So we know that the potential is there for them to do the right thing, to become better. But we are not even challenging the myriad of ways that patriarchal white nationalism has negatively impacted their humanity. What we're saying when we say fuck me and let them go somewhere about their life is that we hate men and we don't see that they are God incarnate because their mama was God with all the potential of healing and rectification that we all got. And so fuck them, you feel me? Live in private villages by ourselves. I talk about this shit all the time because it's all throughout EFI. But how do we expect, short of wishing for all the men to just magically disappear, how do we expect that this world that we keep saying that we want to see, that we want the world to be changed and an end to suffering and violence and all this, how do we expect that that's going to happen if we're expecting that men are going to be the ones that come up with the solution to do that? I'm saying this is just my personal position. of an opposing strategy that can begin the process of healing harmed babies. Men are children, babies harmed, brutalized, weaponized under a patriarchal white nationalist society. And if we're saying fuck all men, fuck them forever, and I get the energy and the spirit of where that is coming from, but when we say that, we are saying there is no healing, there is no medicine that can cure them. What we're saying is we do not believe that the Mother Earth, the body of Mother Earth, can really solve this with those as the microcosm to her, offering an adequate diagnosis, treatment protocol, and regimen that can purge the fucking cancer from their skull. What we're saying is we don't believe that. What we're saying is there is no cure for them. What we're saying is that there is no cure for patriarchy. What we're saying, without saying it, is that there is no cure for white nationalism. But it's because we're not thinking like scientists, we're being emotional. I'm not saying put ourselves in proximity to dangerous people or people that can cause us harm. I'm saying identify people who we still think that the level of the toxicity in their head with patriarchy and white nationalism has not put them in a position where they are unredeemable. Those, and we know those males. We know people in our community, our family that, like, you know, they still got, you know, a little crazy ideas about men and women, but overall, that motherfucker take care of his family. He's good to people in the community, this and that and this and that. He's still a patriarch. There's hope for him to become a prodigal son returned. I'm not saying all men, damn sure ain't saying that. I literally preface by saying some people are past the point of redemption. We'll have to come together as councils to say, state your claim, state your case, and we will let you know whether you are still within the possibility of redemption, of ritual regimented redemption within the body of the mother. Or if you done did dirt so deep, you can't come back. You can't come back. You can't come back. You can't be the fuck up in here. You can't be in no space with us. And if you don't watch your back, bitch, we probably gonna make sure that you become plant food sooner than later. That's all. Let's see what y'all talking about over here. Thank you for posting that song. It's so good. I cry every time, but you have to watch the video when you listen to the song, because the video, this is a Christian band. This is really the only song that they ever did that I love and moved by every time I listen to it. So I was like, oh, let me just get the whole album. And then I'm listening to the rest of the album. I was like, oh, okay. But the story of the prodigal son, though hijacked by Christianity, is a story that we can all feel. It's a story that we all have. Going out into the world because I'm grown and I can do my own thing. And then I just told y'all 4 hours ago at the beginning of this thing, I'm grown, I can do my own thing. And then you get out there and you're like, damn, I sure had it good at home. I sure wish I had some help, but I did so much dirt. And I'm telling my parents I'm grown and I don't need your opinion because I'm grown, this and that and this and that. And then you be out here fucked up in the game, lonely, by yourself, trying to make something out of nothing. And so your pride, it's not your actual relationship with your parents. It is your pride and your ego that convinces you you cannot go home. That you would be embarrassed, humiliated, shamed. People in the community would shame you and point, see, you wasn't all that you talking about, this and that, this and that. That may happen. But I'm saying philosophically about this particular story is we deepen our suffering and our separation from our families. And the video, child, I cry every time. Every single solitary time for the last 20 years. Every time I see the video, I'm crying. I'm crying whole ass tears. She is telling the story of the return of the prodigal son, right? And in the story, he wants to go see the world and do his own thing. So he asks his father, can he have his inheritance sooner? Can I get my money before you die? So I can go out here and do my own thing like a grown man. And so like his dad was like, son, I don't know if you want to do that. You ain't really learned how to manage money yet. You ain't never lived out on your own. Why don't you take it in small baby steps? He's like, fuck that. I'm grown. I'm grown. Give me my shit. Why I gotta wait for you to die? That's fucked up. Give me my money. Give me my inheritance so I can go out here and do my thing. And he's so hype about going into the world and being grown that he blew through his shit. He partying, he paying for women and this and that and this, that. He was just living it. He was doing his damn thing. Then when he ain't had no money, he ain't had no friends. When he ain't had no money, all the pretty bitches stopped coming around. And he out there flicked up in the game, an alcoholic, damn near homeless. You feel me? And so in his broken state, your mind ain't right when you broken. Your mind ain't right when you lonely. You can't think clear when you're starving. And so your brain starts telling you all kind of bullshit that does not match with the real world. And so he out there fucked up. He's like, I can't go home. I can't go home like this. They'll never let me live it down. Everybody be picking on me and calling me all kind of bum and shit. I can't go home. So what I'm gonna do? And he's suffering. And then it gets so bad. He's like, I can't do this. I gotta go home. Man. I'm gonna die out here in these streets. And he's so scared of home. He's so scared of home, which secured his safety his whole life. But in his madness, in his separation, in his loneliness, the devil's in his head is literally convincing him of his valuelessness, making him forget that his mama and his daddy did everything for him. You feel me? And so the whole time he's beating himself up. He's scared to death to go home. But he's like, I got to go home or I'm going to die. I'm going to have to take the abuse. I'm going to have to take people calling me out my lane and calling me a failure and all of it and being ashamed because I ain't got no money left and this and that and this and that. And on the, like the big wall surrounding the city, they have lookouts. You feel me? And the lookouts was like, hey, your son back. It's like, no, he ain't back. Your son, I see him walking toward the village. He coming back. And just that quick, everybody in the community, family and not community, everybody was like, y'all start cooking. Bring out some bottles of wine. Y'all play some music. Bring out the drums and shit. And so the whole time, they getting ready for the turn up, but he can't see them because of the wall. He's scared to death to approach the wall. He's crying. He's so embarrassed. He's so humiliated. And he don't know what to expect when they open the door. And when they open the door, his father is streaming tears of joy, tears of happiness. Oh my God, my son has come home. His mama's sobbing. She's wailing, but she's smiling through the tears. Oh my God, my baby is back. Y'all come on, play them drums louder. Everybody's dancing. Everybody's happy. Nobody has shamed him. Nobody said, Danny, what you do with all that money that your daddy gave you? What the fuck kind of shit is that? Nobody brought it up on a regular. Well, you went out there and fucked up and shit. You feel me? 5 months, 10 months, a year down the line, still shaming it. That shit was made up in his head. That love was what predominated. That love is where our safety is. That community is where our sovereignty and our security is. And he got home and they threw a party like they were welcoming royalty. Our baby came back, y'all. Let's turn up. Yes. No judgment. No ridicule. Sometimes, baby, it's just expect. You got to learn shit the hard way, and that's okay. No judgment. You still our baby. And we invested in your life. So whenever you fucked up, you always got someplace to go. You always got someplace to come back to. I don't give a fuck how bad off you is. You got someplace to come back to. Well, for those who don't have no place to come back to, we have to do that. We have to create that. We have to create the society. That until we can create a society where people ain't out here fucked up and by themselves and living on the goddamn street, that we have to take up the mantle to show up the best way that we can with the resources that we have at the moment to make sure that, like myself, can call my mama yesterday feeling humiliated and embarrassed and all of this shit, and she not judge me and she not say anything that would make me feel worse than I already did, and say, take your time. Do not let this be stress. You know what it is to me, but take your time and get it to me the best way that you can, in pieces, in chunks, whatever. Take care of you, secure your life, and keep me posted. And that shit changed my whole day. We have to be that without falling into the trap of showing up for others at our expense. This is the dance of reciprocity. You understand? So this is exciting to me. The idea of coming together and saying, how do we create rituals of return and redemption for the prodigal son, for the son gone rogue? You understand? So let's see what y'all talking about over here. I think that the only way to make up for this is to turn up, ready to work and to do the right thing every day for the rest of your life. But you still have to create a culture to do that. It doesn't just happen as an epiphany. You have to create a culture. Just like these motherfuckers created a culture, seeded a culture of violence, seeded a culture of distrust among us. Everything that we experience, that shit was seeded. Doesn't mean that we are absolved from responsibility. More than one thing can be true at the same time. The behavior that we have, the behavior that we fall into was seeded into us. We don't know who we would be without colonialism. We don't know, literally, who we would be without patriarchy. We don't have a collective memory of what we would be without white nationalism or any of the isms. So we have to create the culture until ourselves meet us in the moment and remind us because of its familiarity. I do remember when peace dominated. Oh, shit. You feel me? I agree with what you're saying, and I'm not talking about pain. I'm talking about everything that we got to create has to be a direct contest in direct in direct contention with everything created by patriarchy. So I'm not talking about no painful rituals. I'm not talking about like what the natives be doing, like putting them little fucking spikes through their skin and suspending from the skin in the air. I ain't talking about no shit like that. And not to make you in your feelings about whatever your traditional rituals are, but I'm telling you rituals, especially if they are like asceticism, acts of pain and suffering as fucking evidence of devotion, that shit did not come from your mother. It did not come from your actual mama. That shit did not come from your mama. Because everything that she did to secure your life is in direct contest with this shit some male told you is what you have to do as a warrior to prove your fortitude and your stick-wittedness and your ability to endure pain and shit. This warrior culture shit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, and every single solitary thing your mother ever did to secure your life, letting you swing off her titties, even though you was biting her nipples and making her mad. Everything that she ever did is in direct contention with what you were taught you needed to do to prove yourself to God. Not the God that's your mama. She ain't tell you to do that shit. She ain't asked for proof. You understand? She ain't asked for evidence. You exist, and that is enough for you to secure your right to exist well. Here, you need some nipples. My shit hard. They hurt and shit, but you need to eat again. Here you go, child. Don't be laughing at me. You ain't cute. Shit, biting on my boobies. You feel me? Every single solitary thing your mother ever did for you is a direct contest. It's in direct competition and contention with what these men tell you in your later years, in your adolescence and adulthood, sticking shit in your body, suspending for 3 days, fasting for 40 days and 40 nights. Your mom ain't tell you no do no shit like that. You understand? Abstain from sex. Anything that gives you pleasure must be bad. It feels so good, it must be bad, because good is bad. Good for the flesh means it must be a sin. Feels so good, it must be bad. Everything you ever learned is in direct contention with your mother's desires for you. All she want to do is see you happy. In the moment, all the time. You okay, baby? My mama still call me like that. Baby, you okay? You need something? No, mom, why you calling me like that? Because I don't know. I just had a feeling. I feel like I need to call you. You okay? And the months that she been calling me saying that, I was like, I'm good, mom. Trying to save face. Trying to protect my ego. My mama called me every week. Well, I just wanted to check in with you. Make sure you okay. You good? You need anything? You all right? Yes, ma'am. I'm good. I'll let you know if I need anything. Lying. My mama been calling me for months since I've been out here fucked up. You feel me? Your mama don't want you to suffer. None of your mamas. They don't. That's not what they cast the lie. What did I tell y'all the other day? That statistical science, quantum statistical science say about the probability of your ass even existing, that there was a 1 in a trillion, billion chance that your ass ever would have existed ever in any timeline, in any dimension. A 1 in a trillion, billion chance that you would have existed. And you still think your ass is valueless, ain't got no value. You just a cosmic accident. It's not a cosmic accident, because even though it might seem like playing the lottery or playing a lot, at the moment that your mother decided that she was going to keep you in her abdomen instead of terminate the pregnancy, which she as God can do with no judgment, she as God can make the decision to secure this life that has petitioned me, or I'm not in a position to do that, boo. You're gonna have to try somebody else. So even if it's, quote, a cosmic accident that you that your mama was inseminated with you, is not a cosmic accident. It is the fulfillment and the securing of destiny the moment that she decides, I am pregnant and I will remain so and secure this life. So stop letting these motherfuckers convince you that you have no value, that your reason for being here is absolutely purposeful. It's your reason for existing, period, is ordained. Your reason for existing is absolute evidence of the sacred. You are supposed to be here, not because of a cosmic accident and your daddy particular sperm was the one that made the break. No, it is the moment that in her heart and in her spirit and in her mind, she said, yes, I will become mother in this moment. So stop letting these motherfuckers tell you bullshit about there is no purpose and cosmic accidents and lotteries and bullshit. Your mother is God. The process is God. Everything that you attribute to something outside of yourself as God is a direct replica and bastardization of every single one of the processes, the deification of every single one of the processes that guarantees the outcome that is your existence. Anyway, stop letting your goddamn adversary create the narrative that ensures your perpetual servitude and slavery. Everything they say out of their mouths forever. Nothing good can come from them. You have to accept that. Nothing good can come from them. Those, the parasites, those, the pariah, those, the malignant, those that have cut themselves off and set themselves above. Nothing good can come from them. Even the Bible says that in those days, men would call bad things good and good things bad. And the majority of you will believe that shit. And you don't see how you apply in this moment to that shit your ugly ass Bible told you was going to happen. But you don't believe me when I say it. But let a rich ass, ugly ass white boy say that shit. And it seems profound. Let a ugly ass swami who hates women meditatively say that, and you'll sit at his motherfucking feet, but you won't hear it coming from nobody like me. I'm telling, listen, somebody's going to be upset with this statement, but while patriarchy remains at the gravity and the apex of destruction that it is in, there ain't a man I know, ain't a man I seen, ain't a teacher I done heard. Doesn't mean they don't have some good ideas. I'm talking about males in general, okay? The previous statement, I'm talking about those who are the actual willful and deliberate adversaries to the mother. But general males that might know something, they can contribute good ideas, breakthroughs, and profound shit. But you, in this life, in this world that we have yet to transform, never again will I be calling myself the disciple or the devotee to anybody with a penis. It is your time to follow. We have let you lead us into a goddamn quagmire. Every swami is guilty. Every yogi is guilty. Every priest is guilty. Whatever tradition you were a priest of, every priest is guilty. I'm sorry, somebody gonna be mad. Every priest is guilty. Every monk is guilty. Every rabbi is guilty. Every what you call them other ones? What's the Muslim equivalent of the goddamn rabbi? Why the hell I'm drawing a blank? What's the Muslim equivalent to the rabbi? The hell's wrong with my brain? Somebody tell me. What's the Muslim equivalent to the rabbi? The prophet? The honorable? I don't. What's the? Y'all sleep. It is late, so I guess it makes sense that y'all would be sleeping. What's the Muslim equivalent to the damn rabbi, y'all? Or do I need to refresh the page? Imam. Thank you. Imam. And isn't it interesting? Because they play in your face all the time and you clueless. Isn't it interesting? Where they got that from? It's an imam. It's not iman. It's imam. And isn't it interesting that this is what imam spells backwards? Mommy. Right there in plain sight. Right there in your face. I said, what the fuck? Right there in your face. The imam has taken the place of your mother and hid her from plain sight. Right there. Imam spells mommy. And it's everywhere. It's everywhere. You feel me? So they all guilty. While they still patriarchs, while they still devotees of the patriarchs, you better guard yourself. You better get comfortable with the idea that the quote return of the Messiah is going to be a black bitch. If you can't get comfortable with that, you will never have breakthrough. Your breakthroughs will be minuscule. You'll get so close. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. Where that black woman came from in my head in my ceremony? What the fuck kind of shit? And you'll sabotage your own breakthrough because you can't possibly believe that in this day and age, no black woman could be the Messiah. No black woman could be the one that is going to help us all experience the Messiah within us all. Can't be her, not her. What about she cuss and shit? She be talking about fucking. She be talking about her titties and her vagina. It can't be her. Where is the stoic, high collar, prudish devotee? I mean, if it's gonna be a woman, she gotta be dressed right. Why her titties out? Why she got tattoos on her face? It can't be her. Can't be her. Get us a black woman that's got some blonde weave and some blue eyes and some skin. Okay, that you might catch me with that one. But this motherfucker, Yeah. You feel me? I see y'all up in here. Let's see. Power Kismet in the house, bitch. What? We was bigging you up in the beginning, bro. We was bigging you up in the beginning. You got to be here on time, man. We be bigging you up at the beginning. Somebody say sound the trumpets. Let's go. Nina Lanegra says changing the mindset of the masses is an enormous idea. It's not an enormous task. It's not an enormous task if you don't see yourself as the superhero trying to solve and change everything. It is a minor task that is highly repetitive, can be repeated, can be extended. That's why the party, I'm like, this is a great idea. It's not labor intensive. We can use the people that we help to build its popularity, and people can reproduce it wherever the fuck they want. And that's how the shit spreads. We ain't got to solve everything. We don't have to solve all the problems. We have to do one problem solving thing well and awesome and sexy and fun and with the babies and with the old people and make that shit go off to change people's ideas about what's possible. That's all that's required is a single seed. that changes the idea and the belief of what's possible, and then people can do what the fuck they want with that seed that you done planted. I'm not asking y'all to save the world. I'm asking you to play your peculiar role in changing it. That's all. That's two vastly different things that I'm saying. I'm not telling you that you need to wear no S on your chest. You'll never have me do it. Because that's what I'm always saying. No matter what we doing, whether we talking about rituals of return for the prodigal son, we have to do it within the context where we set the terms without doing all the work. We set the terms without putting ourselves in jeopardy. The nuance is important, because the last thing I'm telling any black-skinned woman, any woman of color, any woman, period, is to be engaged in any. I tell y'all this all the time. My soapbox right now is, if you black and female and you are in any occupation of service, find a way to quit your job expeditiously. I'm telling you, for the next 400 years, should nobody black and female be in no occupation that is service defined. Fuck that. Y'all got 400 years of goddamn ritual reciprocity that is supposed to be directed in our favor. So we ain't serving a motherfucker until the scales of balance are harmonized once again. Y'all got about 400 years. Longer than that, truth be told. But if you talk about radical, immediately resolvable rituals of reciprocity in return, we ain't serving no motherfucker body for about 400 years. So y'all got work to do. Because even as we love you, and even as we will set the terms, we have to be the ones to say how you can restore your relationship with us. That's it. You don't set the terms for how you think you should set the terms for, quote, resolving the harm that you've done. Even this bullshit that just happened in the goddamn world event or whatever, where black people are so disappointed because everybody in the world except America and Israel and Argentina said, they did all agree and said that that the slave trade was the gravest crime against humanity in human history. And so why did America and Argentina and Israel not agree? What in the Stop going to these white people these fucking fictitious organizations, all set up at the same time, by the way, all set up around the Second World War, around one particular bunch of human beings that were staging a regime change. The 1940s, in plain sight, was the establishment of a regime change. So all of these organizations, the World Court and the this and the that, the World Health Organization, look at how many of these organizations were developed right around the Second World War. There's a bunch. You understand? All to serve and facilitate the regime change that would get us to this moment where we could witness in real time, in bold headlights every day, the ritual massacre of children, and have these motherfuckers tell us it's every solitary thing other than what we see with our actual eyes. They did this shit strategically and over a very long period of time to ensure the outcome of the moment. And if we are not thinking that way, not just in the now, in the present, but how is this particular action, how is this particular bypassing bureaucracy party going to have a long-lasting impact about collectively reseeding courage and audacity and faith through evidence that we can solve our own problems. Look at all these examples of us showing up when the state failed us. Look at all these examples of even white people going in and helping black people, and even black people going in and helping Mexican people and all that shit. And they be telling us some other shit, but every time some shit go down, it's like everybody recognizes, damn, we humans and we got to help each other and show up without even thinking. Why we keep letting these motherfuckers tell us some shit that historically is not real when we are faced with a crisis that impacts us all? How we all put our shit aside and show the fuck up. I'm not talking about idealism. I am talking about recognizing patterns that we can look to instead of always looking to crisis and devastation and this and all the ways the world has been bad. And oh my God, this is coming, this is coming, this is coming. And say, History don't teach us that. If we care to look, history don't teach us that every time a motherfucking crisis happened over the last 30, 40, 50 years, every time a crisis happened, we did that shit. They can't lay claim to no success of these fires. There is not a city, not a state, or a national organization that can lay claim to any of the successes that came out of how this community and how the city showed up during those fires. There's not a single political organization that can say, this is how we helped. This is how we made sure that the devastation did not get out of control. This and that. I'm telling you, not the fire department, not the energy company, not the fucking water company that deliberately turned the water off, turned people's water off at their houses in the Black community only. They didn't do that in the houses in Pacific Palisades, because they were talking about all the houses that survived in the Pacific Palisades. As soon as the goddamn fires started, motherfuckers went outside with water hoses and spent the whole time watering their houses. Every single house that was in the path of the fire in the Pacific Palisades that survived was a homeowner saying, fuck that. Child, this is all I got to my name. Everybody else got second houses and shit, so they was just left. They just left and like, I'll get it back in my insurance payments. Fuck that. It was like, we ain't got it like that. I've been owning my house since my house was $100,000. My shit appraised at $3, $4, $5 million, bitch. This is all I got to my name. This why I ain't taking my shit. Old ass men with masks on their face, just with fires. I saw this one man, the house to the right, the house to the left, blazing. It was crazy. Blazing. And this old ass man was unflinching. I ain't going no motherfucking way. And that motherfucker said through that fire, water hose in his house. Gone over there to the Black side of town, the longest, most successful, predominantly Black community integrated. It was integrated, and then all the white people left because the Black folks was moving in, and then it became a Black town, Altadena. And the first day, these motherfuckers turned off all the water to these Black people's homes. So nobody had the option of staying and fighting the fire and watering their own house. And y'all still call this shit everything but what the fuck it is. I heard a lawyer representing in a class action suit some of the brothers and sisters from the fires, because they were talking about how the electric company, something was happening with the electric company that exacerbated the damage. And he was like, we're really, our position as a class action suit is we're going to really challenge, the electric company. That's the primary target for this grave error and whatever. I forget how he worded exactly what they did and how they contributed to it being worse than it was. And he kept saying, this grave error. I said, it wasn't an error. At what juncture are we going to have the goddamn audacity and the confidence to say what it is? This is a crime against humanity, no different than what y'all are complaining about yesterday when Trump is saying, we're going to disappear a whole goddamn nation. And the way that we're going to do that is attack their power companies, their water companies, and their bridges, so they can't get out. They can't go nowhere. They ain't got no public services, water, gas, electricity. The same thing happens to Black people in the United States. And y'all say it's everything but what the fuck it is. But right now, today, because of what this cracker said, you are crystal clear that when he talks about, quote, what it's going to take to wipe a nation off earth. That's what he said. To wipe a nation off earth if Iran doesn't comply. And what he said the strategy was going to be was to attack all of the life-preserving public services, water, electricity, gas, and bridges. And y'all be like, this genocidal lunatic, this warmongering committer of war crimes. And you'll see the exact same thing happen in the United States, but because it's Black people, you'll say and see everything but what it is. That is the depth of internalized patriarchy and white nationalism. That after all this time and all you demand from us, you still do not afford us humanity. So at some juncture, we're gonna have to declare humanity, and we're gonna have to declare it in a language that is not some, we just want to go to the world court and prove our case. Bitch, fuck y'all. We don't need to get We do not need to get a cosign from fucking Israel. We don't need to get a cosign about our right to claim genocidal crimes against humanity against our goddamn people. We don't need to get they cosign from the United States or from fucking Argentina, from the people who orchestrated our suffering in the first place. Why do we keep going to them? Affirm us. We done did everything right. We can't be no nicer than we are. We make your companies just affirm us. Stop doing that, man. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. We are going to have to audaciously declare, even like Malcolm X and what's the other brother name? W.E.B. Du Bois and all of these great thinkers and all of this shit. In their mind, still to this day, that the highest authority is the world court. And so what we got to do, there's a whole book, I'm going to find it, called We Charge Genocide. And what we need to do is collect all of these testimonies of people that validate the claim for genocide, for slavery in America, you feel me? And if we present a good enough case at the world court, then maybe our request, our plea for reparations will be valid if we can get it seen at the world court. Why is the world court why do you think that's the highest institution in the world? Huh? Who said that? When was that established? Who established that? For what purpose? Did they have you in mind to be petitioning the world court when they created that bullshit ass bullshit? Because that's what I said, it's bullshit ass bullshit. It's you to give validity to this bullshit. The fuck y'all acting surprised for? What the fuck y'all act? That shit blew my mind this week. All these think pieces about the Israeli ambassador who lives his motherfucking malignant ass in Ghana, living high off the hog, go before the world court and say, even though I'm living nice in Ghana, even though I'm getting paid a nice healthy salary as the ambassador to Israel in Ghana, I still ain't gonna give y'all that shit. Like that shit y'all talking about, I ain't giving that shit no motherfucking cosign from my country. The fuck you mean genocide against black people enslaved in the Americas is the greatest crime against humanity? Then what that mean for us? I don't like the language you're using, because you would say that what happened to y'all is greater than what happened to us. And I don't think it's about greater. I think you need to use a different language, and that's why I voted against it. Can somebody smack that motherfucker in the mouth and get him the fuck up out of Ghana? But that ain't occurred to nobody black over there. The fuck you mean you voted against us and you living up in our shit? Bitch, get the fuck out of here. We don't need no goddamn ambassador to Israel. Get the fuck up out of here. If everything is so peachy keen where the fuck you at, then go on, take your ass back the fuck home. We don't need no ambassador to y'all to facilitate to more easily facilitate the insidious theft of our shit. You can't live high on the hog up in this motherfucker voting against our goddamn interests, bitch. Somebody smack this motherfucker in the mouth and send his ass back to Israel without his goddamn luggage and shit. The fuck? Anyway. And here we are again at another 5-hour live. What you gonna do? I'm gonna stop promising to try to be disciplined. I'm gonna stop. I'm never gonna say that again. I'm not gonna try to be disciplined. Whatever comes is what is. Fuck it. Y'all got free will. Y'all can log off when you're tired. You can log off when you done had enough and come and watch it later. I'm gonna stop saying that. I'm gonna stop making a commitment that the urgency of the moment ain't gonna let me make. I'm just not gonna do it. But I'm hype about this. So I'll be posting that. I'll do this read tomorrow because I didn't even realize it was 1:45 in the morning. I will do the read in the morning. Before I do anything, I will sit up in here and do another read from the Architects of Existence because I'm enjoying this book a lot. I'll change the title for this live and I will post. I'm not going to do it because I literally didn't realize I've been up on here that long. So I'm not going to post any new product to the Etsy tonight. I will do it tomorrow. Royal gets it, say she threw a chair out the window. I just feel so much relief. I feel so much release. My mama saved my life yesterday. She really, really did. It literally felt like 20 tons had been lifted off my damn spirit. Like I'd been exorcised yesterday. Like my mama performed an exorcism just by covering me and saying, baby, I got you. Come hell or high water. I got you. Don't mean, you know my situation. I need to reiterate. Doesn't mean it's not putting me in a bind. But I don't give a fuck how much of a bind I'm in. You mind, and I got you. My mama was just, she did so much in that moment yesterday. She did so much. So I'm going to do another lot. I feel great because I've been so urgent and desperate and shit that I haven't even been able to think clearly or straight for some time now. And so her showing up the way that she did and then court going the way that it did, and we had to fight like hell for it. The lawyer that was there was like, this ain't no good contract. You just need to go ahead and put her out, cut your losses so you can flip the fucking apartment and make your money, get your cheese, and take your shit back. Like all the way up until I was there for 4 hours, all the way up until we sat before the judge, this quote negotiator, this lawyer negotiator between us and the property manager and the landlord and the two lawyers, one from the court and one from the management company that owns the property. And he's like, this ain't a good idea. You sure you want to do that? I mean, the woman said to her, while we could hear it, the woman said to her, you know, you could really, we could just go in here and end this. You can win this shit. The case is yours to win. You feel me? Like, why go through all this? Why you having me rewrite the contract on site and shit? She's like, no, this isn't reasonable. I'm really, the only reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to put her out. That's what she said in front of us at the course. I don't want to put her out. She has been a good tenant. She's been there 6 years. She hasn't caused any problems. She's a good tenant, but we need this money. So can we write the shit however you think we need to write it to make sure that she has a fighting opportunity to keep her shit? If she meets the requirements by July 5th, I will draw her up a whole new lease and with no record that we ever even came to court. That's what she said. That's what she said. And the two lawyers are fighting like hell. Fighting like hell to get me out of here. That little Mexican woman, she's like, I ain't trying to put the woman out. Do y'all see? She ain't been nice. The new woman now that is like managing the property. She ain't nice. She got an attitude. Every time I'm talking to her, she got an attitude. She real start. I get why she got an attitude, but she got an attitude. She is not nice. You feel me? But she also is not a demon. She said, talking to the lawyers, she said, don't y'all see all these people in this hallway? She said, it seems like y'all just trying to put people out. That's what my landlord rep said. She said, it seems like y'all just trying to put people out. It seems like to me, a lot of these cases could just be solved pretty easily without people being on the street. She said, write the contract how I'm telling you to write it. We'll give her 3 months grace period until the application can grow through into this, into this, into this, into this. And then that's the last time we're going to try to help. If she do not meet all the requirements that I'm telling you to put in this shit, and every time she say that, the lawyer say, you don't need to put that. And she said, don't you work for me? Put in the shit what I say put in the shit. Give it till July 5th, and then that's the last straw. If we don't have our motherfucking money, whether it's through rental assistance or out her own pocket by July 5th, then she got 3 days before the sheriff will come and remove her from the shit. Just put in the contract what I'm telling you to put in the contract. That's happening every day. Where the lawyers, even quote, the lawyers are supposed to be representing the people, they don't put up no fight. They fold under pressure. Meanwhile, the landlord's lawyers are trying to find every way to regain possession of a property that now, because your ass then came in and rented it at X number of dollars, but if they flip, that's what's happening in a lot of rent-controlled homes, rent-controlled properties, is because you can't raise the rent, but a certain percentage every year, and it's a minimal percentage in rent-controlled properties, what is happening is these property managers will buy rent-controlled units, and they have to stay rent-controlled. So if I'm here 6 years, the lady down the hall is has been here 25 years, and her rent is only gone up incrementally based on what she paid in 25 years ago. So I'm still paying a certain amount, but what I've noticed is I have a 2-bedroom, but all the 1-bedrooms around here, I've known every neighbor that's lived next door. What I pay now for a 2-bedroom, every time they flip these apartments and use some cheap little makeover to justify hiking the rent up in the new apartments before putting them on the market, this motherfucking 1-bedroom apartment on the other side of this wall it costs the same amount as the apartment that I am living in now. My 2-bedroom, two full bath, 2-bedroom. This 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment, and the reason I know is because the Mexican girl who was living next door is a mixed race couple that lives there now. But the Mexican woman that was living next door, and we had just met, and she was so awesome. And I was like, can you mind if I see your renovations? Because I've been here a while. I was like, damn, I sure would like my apartment renovated. This big old bathtub they done put in your goddamn apartment. I can't even take a bath in my bathtub because it's so teeny tiny. My bathtub is so teeny tiny, right? And they put a big ass, bougie ass bathtub in her apartment. They put the lights in the bathroom that's got the Bluetooth, so you can be playing your music through a Bluetooth that's in the light in the ceiling, and it's changing colors. So if you need a soft light because you need to take a Zen bath with low light, I said, this nice. I said, how much they making you pay for this 1-bedroom? When I moved in, the dude that was living next door before the Mexican girl, he was paying $1,600 a month. That was just 2 years ago. $1,600 a month for the 1-bedroom. That's reasonable in Hollywood. Baby, that 1-bedroom is like $100 less than mine, like $22.50. So that's what's happening. All of these management companies are buying up, gobbling up all these rent-controlled units and flipping through, renovation, the units, and every unit that opens up and they flip it, they will increase the base rent. They will jack up the base rent in the hopes of getting all the other people to eventually move so that they can get X number of dollars. So even though they can only increase, I think it's like 3% every year for rent control places, they can still get that 3%, but now it's on $2,150 or $2,250 for a 1-bedroom, when just 2 years ago it was $1,650 for the same 1-bedroom. And so all of these lawyers are telling all these landlords, nah, man, get these motherfuckers out of these damn apartments so you can flip the shit and increase the rent a couple $1,000s before you rent it out. Shit crazy as hell. Thank you so much, MCD3000, for your comments. A beautiful conspiracy about mortgage companies, insurance companies, banks, appraisers, and hedge funds. Radical ritual reciprocity. I like that idea. Let's flesh that out. Send me an email, Nina. Let's flesh. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's flesh that out. Now I'm gonna go. I'm tired. But I'm going to do 1, maybe 2 lives tomorrow. I feel so redeemed. I feel so refreshed. I feel so liberated. So now maybe I can be progressive now that this thing is not the thing on the front of my skull every waking minute of the goddamn day. I can take some deep breaths and actually start leaning into creativity. I still got to figure out. I got until tomorrow night to submit 3 art pieces if I want to be in this art exhibition, and I want to be in this art exhibition. I got to figure that out. But I'm gonna do maybe one live. I mean, absolutely one live, but maybe 2 lives tomorrow. One is going to be the reading of the next section of this book. So that's all I got for you. And thank you all for your donations and your contributions and your love and your prayers in my mama's name and all that good shit. I love y'all for it. And I'm going to be keeping y'all posted because I want to throw a party for my mama. Her birthday is July 24th. I want to throw a party for my mama. I want to throw something big for my mama. I was living in my car, trying to stay in Hollywood, stay in California when she turned 65, the big one. When she turned 65, I wasn't in a position to do anything awesome and radical for my mama. But I don't care if it's an off year. I want to do something really radical for my mother for her birthday this summer. So y'all gonna help me plan that shit. Okay? Y'all gonna help me plan that shit. And y'all gonna be invited too. Y'all gonna help me plan that shit. I don't know how long you've been on here, Ellie Sante AI Chronicles, when you're talking about Mother's Day is coming in May 26th. I may typically, so this is a personal ritual, if you will, a personal ritual that I've been doing since 2013 with my mother. Again, under the auspice of always seeing opportunities to create institutions of dual and contending power. And so when I was married to my ex-husband, we didn't celebrate any popular holidays, none of them. But what we did instead was we didn't want to deny our children access to holidays. We wanted to build contending holidays. And so Mother's Day is one that I have been most consistent with. So my mama's Mother's Day is not, what is it, May? When is Mother's Day? May 20th, May 22nd, something like that. That's not my mama's Mother's Day. So what I started doing every year since 2013 is I'm my mother's firstborn. And so every year on my birthday, I send a gift to my mama saying Happy Mother's Day, the day she became a mama for the first time. And it don't even have to be that you're the firstborn. It could be that she became your mama on your birthday. And instead of expecting a birthday present from my mama, which I don't, she still sends me something every now and then. She'll send me like a little cute crackers and cheese basket with a bottle of wine or whatever, because she's still my mama. She's still going to do that. And I'm telling her, I'm like, Mama, I want you to understand. And she appreciates when I do it. But you, to me, are why this day is important. So every year, I send my mama a gift on the day that she became a mother. That's my birthday. My birthday every year, I send a big old something, some kind of gift shipped to my mama's house on the day she became a mother. The day my mama became a mother is September 14th, 1975, or November 1st, my sister, November 1st, 1976. 76, yeah, 76, my sister. Late 76. My sister's 18 months younger than I am. You feel me? This is a way that you can do awesome displays, you know, under the auspice of holidays that are contentious holidays, that are institutions that always contend with parasitic holidays, cultural celebrations, and all that shit. I set the terms. The first time I ever did it, my mom was like, "What's this for? I got a package in the mail." I said, "Did you read the card yet?" So she opened the card and she was like, "Oh my God, Cassandra, this is so nice. Like, I never even thought about that." That's what I'm here for. I'm going to present to you things you never even thought about because we are all locked in. My mama was like, "Damn, this is a good idea. I never even thought about that." I was like, well, this is how I want to celebrate your Mother's Day every year. My birthday, your ass getting a package. So even if it's just a card and my mama is a quilter. So even if it's a card and she loves like a greeting card, she loves like Michael's and Joann's Fabrics and places like that, because she's a quilter. She's like, y'all don't ever have to guess about what to get me for any celebrations, any holidays. Get me a gift card, $20, $25, $50. It's an expensive hobby I have, and I would rather spend your money than mine. My stepdad is the same way. He's an easy man. I can't even remember last time I bought a man something that was other than a Lowe's gift card. That man is obsessed with Lowe's hardware store. He's like, I don't care about no surprises. Y'all know what I want. I want to collect all these cards that's got Lowe's gift cards on them. They easy. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah. So let it be as simple or as radical as you want it to be. The new traditions that you are creating for you and your family, or for you and your community, or whatever. That's how I celebrate Mother's Day. That was just in response to the person that was raising that. It's coming up soon. I recognize how, tradition and repetition we get emotionally invested in, and it's a process. So, I know I value my mama and my daughter as mothers, my sister as mothers. So yeah, maybe for Mother's Day, I'll send them a little card, you know what I'm saying? Or like a little whatever, some small, something inconsequential. You feel me? But my mama, after all this time, she knows that every year on my birthday, she's getting a package. It is now something that she looks forward to because we have established it through repetition as a new ritual. See how that works? And it is an obvious evidentiary ritual of reciprocity. See how that works? Anyway, this was fun. Thanks for letting me be. I love you all so much. Thank you so much. I could feel your conspiracies. I could feel them. I was like, all right. But now I gotta get up out of here. My eyes feeling crazy. My stomach is growling. I walked 3 miles yesterday, and I felt good yesterday when I walked them 3 miles. Felt accomplished when I walked them 3 miles. But today, my feet, my ankles, my knees, my back, my skin, my toenails, everything was staging a mutiny. Like, you rotten bitch. Why would you do that to us? I have been hobbling all day. Every step has been painful, baby. I was like, I need to go to the spa or something, child. My whole body is in rebellion against me. You filthy bitch. Your ass ain't went on a decent walk in months and months and months. And the first time you take a real walk, you want to walk 3 miles and think that shit cute? We got something for your ass. You gonna suffer today, bitch. You gonna suffer today. I'm telling you. I don't know if y'all saw when I got up to get a book or something. I was like, every move all day today. I have been hurting. Feel me? He's okay. I still have to find some place to take him, and that is another unwelcome, stressful event to address. Is how I'm gonna get my cat to the vet, get my cat to a doctor. I never lived in no city until I got to California that doesn't have free health care for pets for people who can prove their own assistance. I get food stamps. You know what I'm saying? I'm on Medi-Cal. I have my little Medi-Cal card, my food stamp card. And when I was in Florida, when I was in Alabama, when I was in Georgia, if you could show your food stamp card, you could get your cat spayed or neutered, your pets spayed or neutered for free in a little mobile van, cute little mobile van. Leave your baby there. They'll post up in your neighborhood. You leave your baby there and they do the surgery. You come back in however long, and then we'll have some medication for your baby, and your baby will be successfully spayed or neutered at no cost to you, because even poor people deserve the love of pets. Every place I ever lived in the South had free health care for pets for people that could prove that they were on some type of assistance. And I get to this city. Kevin, who lost everything, had to come and pick up 9 to get 9 fixed because he knocked up Tempest. And so he comes to get the cat fixed, and he had a voucher for people who had been impacted by the fires. And so he took this voucher to the dentist to get 9 fixed. And the doctor told him, yeah, we accept the voucher, but this only covers a portion of the procedure. All he did was get 9 fixed. That's it. Nothing else. The voucher was for $150. And the goddamn vet was like, you can't take this cat out of here. You still have a $458 remaining balance to neuter a cat. Kevin was like, I couldn't leave 9 there. This motherfucker, it was all the money I had left to my name. He didn't tell me that when I gave him the voucher in the beginning before he did the procedure. I'd have taken my cat somewhere else. He didn't tell me until afterwards that the voucher that I gave him in the beginning was only going to cover a portion, in a minuscule portion of the procedure to neuter a cat. And so I've been all over the internet, and I've been able to find one that will do that will spay, neuter, or give a wellness check to a pet for free, like all of these organizations in much, 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 much poorer states have been able to do, as long as I've always had pets. First time in my whole life, I'm living in, quote, the most progressive state in the country. Bullshit, by the way. Y'all generate $86 million a day. You don't have a single service in the city that provides free health care, wellness checks, and spay and neutering for pets, for poor people, for indigent people, for people who got to be on assistance in some way. Okay, y'all got it. So no, to answer your question, I still haven't found a place that I can afford to take 9 to be seen. So I've been scarily doctoring him since I realized he was hurt. He seems to be a little bit better. He's not hobbling, because he was hobbling. I was like, what the fuck? He was hobbling, but he's not. But I've been scarily doctoring him because I'm not a what do you call it? I'm not a holistic vet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they can, like, I'm sitting here Googling, can cats take human antibiotics? Can cats take echinacea and golden seal? Can cats, and I'm glad I didn't just start giving them stuff. Damn near 50% of what I was putting in there is kidney or liver toxic to cats. So I'm like, how am I going to treat my baby who is obviously miserable until I can find someplace this week to see him and treat him, my little baby. And so he still don't have a lot of energy. He's just kind of tiptoeing like, but he's not hobbling. He's still got a healthy appetite. And I've just been giving him this little mixture of herbs with a quarter of amoxicillin ground up in it, and feeding it to him as a liquid, just to make sure that he doesn't have like some type of infection. And it seemed to help. There was some tincture white willow bark for the pain, but they can't take ibuprofen, they can't take Tylenol. But fortunately, I still had some amoxicillin that apparently they can take. He seemed a lot better when he woke up the next day. But I still need to go and get him the once over to make sure everything's okay. But anyway, I'm going to go try to get something to eat before I pass into a coma. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging in. Thank you for all your support, your contributions, and your help. If you have any suggestions, any ideas that have eluded me or didn't occur to me, please share those ideas, because the sooner I can come up, the sooner we all can come up. Shit. The sooner I can do this shit full time and be disseminating this shit full time, the quicker y'all can become paid full-time priestesses of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We got some shit to do. You feel me? So, like, feed me the ideas, seed me the ideas, so we can get that shit out here. And meanwhile, I'm gonna build this bypassing bureaucracy party and set this shit off and see if we can change some shit exponentially on some genuine people power, not some fucking what you call it, demonstrations fronting this people power. Anyway, love you, see you, sleep well, sleep peacefully. May divine prophetic interventions of awesomeness flood your sleep phase. May every answer to every quandary you may have come through clearly and pristinely as solutions in your dreams. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's take advantage of the fiery energy of this Aries season as the baby, not the warrior, as the baby, as the fresh, brand new, clean slate through which we can set this shit off rapidly. Kidding me? Let's go. Good night.